Greetings, everyone. So very strange for me to stream one day after another, but things kind of lined up right and procrastination lined up just right as well. So there's the music that you just heard there at the beginning is by Victor Berman. I was playing some of his music yesterday. Enjoy it so much. I played a bunch of different songs of his. There was Prospect Park, and then We Face Each Other, and then the last one there was On the Way Back. There's something about like just all the different layers of different sounds that are all blending together into this sort of soup, I guess, in a good way. A lot of just ambient outdoor sound incorporated. It's so hard to describe, but I just really enjoy that style. And I hope people have been enjoying October so far. I know it's actually was just the first day of October, not a whole lot of time to do things. But as I always say, October is the best month. I feel the outdoors beckoning to me to get out and do things, like walk around. It's crazy. So something a little different about my setup right now. I don't know if people notice, but do I sound taller to anyone? Because I arranged my microphone so that it's very tall so that I can stand up while streaming. I noticed last night after a while of sitting down in front of a desk, hunched over in a bad position for 10 hours or whatever, was really uncomfortable. I mean, it wasn't that uncomfortable at the time, but then once I stood up, I was like, oh, all of a sudden, like, I was aching in different places. So it feels a lot better just to stand. And I have like foam pads around my room for when I do VR. So I kind of have it already set up to accommodate this. And my desk is already arranged at a sort of standing like height. It's like waist height when I'm standing, so that, and I use like an adjustable stool that I usually sit on, allows me to be almost completely standing while just like barely leaning into stool, or put it way down so that the desk is more at elbow height. So I can do all kinds of adjustments that make it more comfortable, but I've never actually streamed from standing up when not doing VR. So this will be an experiment to see how I feel by the end of it all. I should at least sound a little bit taller. And I've been jumping around watching a bunch of other Sable streams, and I think this is pretty typical for games that are not as well known, but there's everyone just pretty much streams a few hours of the beginning, and then they don't come back again. Everyone just sort of experiments with it for a while and then disappear. So it's really rare to find anyone that actually has been playing it pretty extensively like I have. And I hope that I can maybe finish the game tonight. I don't know that as a fact. I've been given some quest options that sound like end game-ish material, and I'm arriving at like 15 hours or so of playtime, and most of the Steam reviews were around that time of people that seem like they played all the way through, but this also seems like a game that has just a huge load of optional side content kinds of things. So I'm not going to 100% it, but I want to try to just push through and see if I can get all the way through the game. So I'm pretty invested in it. I wouldn't have been streaming this 3 times if I didn't enjoy it. It's its own brand of chill. You don't know what tallness sounds like? have to put it through a spectrogram and figure it out. Well, I guess technically what might sound different is the reverberation of my voice. Because usually when I'm down closer to my desk, that my voice will be somewhat absorbed, so you won't hear like a reverb echo kind of thing, not as intensely anyway. But when I have the microphone much taller, it's probably going to sound slightly more echoey, I think. But also because when I'm standing, I get a better angle of my audio levels, so I can should be more consistent so that I know if I'm being too loud or too quiet. Because all I'm using is just like an XLR lavalier mic to stream. The XLR helps cut out a lot of noise, almost noiseless. And then I have it going through a physical mixer and then just line into my computer, and that's it. Just feel like the simpler the setup, the better for me anyway. Because I know so many people that have this like vastly complicated audio setup with all kinds of physical hardware and virtual hardware, and they're just routing it through 100 different things, and they're constantly troubleshooting, constantly just going into, pulling their hair out over just weird little problems that get introduced, and they don't know how to fix it, and then they're just losing sleep over trying to fix something that really only they care about, but they insist that everyone will know. It's like everyone knows when if the quality is slightly better, slightly worse, and it's not all in your head. I'm sure some people who are very big on audio could pick up when something is better or worse, but like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of it is just about the person feeling better about themselves more so than actually trying to get better quality for their stream. I mean, there's a big difference between just like a really cheap like Walmart microphone and a microphone that's at least, I don't know, like $100 or something off of Amazon or whatever. You can definitely hear differences between all that, but like once you get beyond that, it just starts to become more of like an esoteric thing where it's just so complicated that you're only catering to a very small audience at that point. And it's not worth all the extra money and trouble to just make it this absolute perfection. Like I don't come to streams to watch something that is absolutely a video audio visual masterpiece. Like I expect streams to be kind of crusty here and there, and that's fine. Catering only to oneself, yeah. The less I have to worry about while streaming, um, better I feel, and I feel like a big part of streaming is the audience is audience is a lot more receptive of the mood of the streamer than they probably realize. So like if the streamer is constantly on edge troubleshooting audio, video things, and it's clearly really upset over trying to get this and that working, that is like the audience feels that and it makes it less of a pleasant thing. Or I notice some streamers will just not quite the same situation, but some streamers will like if someone in chat is being really, I don't know, like an asshole about something or just being really snooty or condescending about something, the streamer will get like all up in arms and start getting snippy with chat and like calling them out and being like passive aggressive. And it's like, well, I mean, all of that just brings down the overall quality and just like it brings everyone's mood down. Even, I mean, I'm fortunate that I'm small enough and my audience tends to be either doesn't chat at all or is just very tame and calm and collected, that I think I've only banned like one person. I've banned lots of bots, but like never banned someone where I was like, oh, this person is just really unpleasant, I got to get him out of here kind of feeling. That was a long time ago too. I barely remember what it was. Just sort of like just ban, move on. Like don't let it affect you. Easy. Just don't let it affect you, dude. Well, that's my little rant. Uh, all right, I will jump into Sable. While that's starting up, I was approved for a key for the game uh, Industria, which is when I was talking about that I asked for a key for. It is like a first-person shooter, run around and shoot stuff game, which isn't always my favorite, despite my all-time favorite game being a first-person shooter, you run around and shoot stuff, Half-Life 1. But the setting and the art direction in this game is interesting enough that I'm like, I want to give it a shot. It has some cool portrayals of robots. It's sort of a dystopian future of a like Slavic country, that kind of architecture, like Soviet era, this and that, but it has it's very Half-Life like feeling to it. And the developers left a note saying that they're aware that some areas might not be optimized as well as others, and this is the first game they've ever released. So it's probably going to be janky, but like whatever, it seems cool. So I'll give that a shot sometime soon. Seems interesting. All right. Might be the last time we hear this intro song. Unless it plays for the credits or something. All right. Last time on Sable. Biggest changes you'll probably notice if you missed last stream is that I have what is probably the fastest bike in the game. I have this extra cool astronaut outfit. And I have all of the world mapped except for this one region here, which I think is like end game region. So I'm definitely going to be checking that area out. It's very much me. It's very stormy, foggy, and rainy, so I'm looking forward to that. They explored a lot of this area last time too, in the northeast corner. I wish it would tell you the names of the regions on the map. So all I know is like this tiny area is called like the Aware, something, and then this area's Badlands. Bottom right here, where I am now, some kind of dune-related thing, I don't remember. And then the top right was like the Salt Plains, or I don't know. Wish they would tell you. I mean, you can talk to the cartographer in the area and they'll tell you, but that seems to be the only way. So I'll finish at least one of these weird side quests that I was holding off on for a long time. I don't know if we'll chum anymore tonight, because I chame like 4 times last stream, and I'm very low on that, but the more you chum, the more stamina you get, so it is really useful. So I gotta find these annoying kids. Let me gather glowworms. Is that gonna give me... Alright, it is. Probably going to go back to Akria. Which actually, probably faster to just go to the whale. Which is the theme of the outfit that I have right now, is part of the whale, which from what we understand, the whale is this massive ship that crashed long ago, and it's part of like the creation story of this planet, or this whole solar system. And the theory that I have is that I think humans from Earth long ago came to the solar system in the whale ship and crash landed here, and then all of the different like races of humanity that are here are like the next generation of humanity. Cool looking place. There wasn't a whole lot going on in it, but I still gotta come back once I get an increased clearance level, because there's some exclusive whale speeder bike parts that I gotta get from there, and I'm curious to see how much of an upgrade those may or may not be. Alright, so I'm going southeast. What's kind of cool too is when I have this speed bike, is that it actually makes a sound now. All the previous ones are like completely silent. Yeah, you crash into something and it just goes twisting out of control. Every time I hear like twangy, like echoey acoustic guitar like that, it just reminds me of StarCraft, Terran music. Right away, I'm entering this new area. Funny thing with this bike too is the acceleration is so high that you can like practically like glitch into places you're not supposed to, so it's a good experimentation vehicle. Cool thing too when I have this outfit is that her voice is all sounds like it's inside a helmet. I just sound like a tub of liquid when I run. Hello, floating machinist man. Okay, woman. What is your name? She has a voice like gravel. I tell her my name. She extends a hand in greeting. Zara, what are you looking for? Do you know where I can find glowworms? I don't, I'm afraid. The innkeeper might know. Got some nice moonwalking going on here. Delivery out for Haku, or Hakoa. Brilliant, this is the last time I agree to this. Fumes scratching at your eyes. The humidity is unbearable. All this whilst lugging a heavy bag across this terrain. Rohana's mask. I wish I had a hoverbike. Yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, look who it is. Well, look who it is. What are the chances? You look well, friend. Friend, I affect a casual air, and she cannot see me grin as I ask how she's found herself here. Well, I plan to go to Hakoa properly, but as much as I have faith in these old bones to hold me, I don't fancy roaming in the wastes for too long. Shame, though. I was hoping to grab a few glowing mushrooms. If you can get past the sulfurous pools, they make for quite a snack. I tell her I never known them to be edible. I'd seen some among Driss's supplies once, and he had told me they were poisonous, never to touch them. Well, they're very much edible. Found that out one very entertaining evening in Akria. Let's just say there's a case to be made that this is my third gliding, if I count the night I had as my second. She laughed at the memories, and I cheekily reevaluate several things about Driss. You've done enough for me, of course, but if you do happen upon any of those fungi, luminescent little fellows, I'd love a few. They tend to grow in a cave at the sulfur pools far south of here. Okay. This is Afi, the innkeeper of the camp. What can I do for you? Have you got time to help me with something? Where can I find glowworms? Yes, absolutely I do. There's a cave far to the south of here, just packed with the sinister little creeps. Sinister little creeps? I hate them. They're just, awful. But unfortunately, they're of use sometimes, so I've become quite practiced at catching them. I asked if they might be able to help us, and the response is a shudder. Absolutely not. But I can advise you, you'll need to get them down from where they nest on the roof of the cave. To do that, look for sulfurous rocks lying around nearby. Do you want to write this down? But tell them I'm taking mental notes. Well, you want to look for sulfurous rocks and get them wet. They'll start smoking, and then that should be enough to knock the glowworms out and net you your awful slimy quarry. Rather than put them through more, I offer my thanks and move along. Anything else I can help you with? What do you need? The innkeeper smiles, almost giddy. I need you to gather some slicer beetle poo. You want me to gather poo. I ask her if she really wants me to gather poo. For beetles, yes. From beetles, yes. I'm trying to grow more flowers these days, and you know what they say? Flower power, beetle poo. A classic expression, one of my favorites. The slicer beetles are fairly docile, but if you're going to get the poo out of them, you'll need to give them a fright. Jumping on their back usually does the job, but it takes some doing to get them to stand still. I'm sure you'll figure it out, and don't worry, it's not cruel. I think briefly about what I would call it if someone stood on my back and frightened me into defecation. Or, well, it doesn't hurt them. They're made of strong stuff. And they'll get over it. We've all been there, eh? Anyway, I'll need 3 pellets of the stuff. There's a nest of them underneath Carib's Hold, southeast of here, so that's where you'll probably want to look. I tell her I'm on the case. Wow, I already got 100 different quests. 100/3. Let me do the glowworm thing first, so I don't get too sidetracked. When I was watching other people stream this game too, and I don't blame them, but what usually happens is you're put on one quest, you go into a town, you get another quest, and you start working on that one, and then don't finish it, and you work on the new one, and then don't finish it. So you just like keep starting tons of different quests and never actually finish any of them. Which, I mean, I think is kind of just a general way of living for a lot of people. So you have to mentally train yourself to actually finish things that you start, as hard as it is. In video games, in life, who's this? Okay. Whoa. I was looking at the achievements for this game too, and most of the achievements I have, it says like 3% of the user base has gotten this achievement. That's part of what motivates me to keep playing too, is there's not very many extended playthroughs of this game. Most people just like review the first few hours and then stop. Or they rush through the game and you don't really get a lot of a thorough look at what all's going on in it. That's part of why I don't really feel compelled to play Breath of the Wild. Is because, like, the game is unfathomably popular. There's just so many people that play the game. Everything's been analyzed and taken apart and looked at. Where it just kind of feels like I would only be doing it for myself. Whereas, like, with smaller games like this, I kind of feel like you're contributing to the bigger community as well. Oh, hello, Mr. Sauce. Mr. Full Sauce, I should say. Thank you for the raid. And all the new folks that are in here, welcome. Maybe it's just John Sauce, I don't know. So this here game is Sable, S-A-B-L-E, released like a week ago. And the best way to describe it is the gameplay and all that is very Breath of the Wild-like, except there's no combat. And it has this very unique art style. It's all exploration and puzzle-based. But taking in the world, enjoying the way it looks and sounds. It's not really a game for everyone, but if you just like games that just look and sound good and don't care too much about being overly challenged with it, it could probably be a game for you. And there's some weird optimization issues here and there with like frame drops. Ow. I'm pretty far into the game. I'm like 16 hours in, and I'm trying to get close to finishing it tonight, if I can. Thanks for the follow, Twine Apple. So what was John playing tonight? Nope. Playing Fortnite, that's what I expect. Lost Judgment, the sequel to the Yakuza spin-off. So it's a... interesting. A sequel to a spin-off. Is that... I mean, I don't know a whole lot about the series, but is that the one that's like a turn-based combat kind of thing? Or is like very different gameplay than like the base Yakuza games, if I remember correctly? Pretty much the same. Okay, well, wasn't there some game recently that was like a turn-based, almost like XCOM-like game? Can't remember. Trying a new setup with my desk and microphone and stuff. I'm gonna actually have to put on my glasses to stream because I'm like standing. My monitors are further away. Try to stand most of the stream. The RPG turn-based was the latest sequel, okay. Right. My god, where is this cave? Oh jeez, oh jeez. Ah, this looks like it could be it. This area that I'm in now doesn't have a whole lot of detail to it, but there'll be some environments in this game, like interior spaces, that are just so dense every frame. And by frame, I mean sometimes when you get into super detailed areas, the frame rate drops, so it could actually just be individual frames. This game's world is pretty huge too. Here's the whole place, and this is just like the starting area is this tiny little spot, which felt huge when I first started. And now I'm in uncharted territory currently. In Northwest? And also a lot of the gameplay involves climbing on things, and there's like huge towers where you're like swinging from different spots, and the climbing is pretty satisfying, I gotta say. I might just have to climb this area. Kinda seems like the cave is... Wait, how's it? Enter a cave from the top of a mountain? Ow. Yeah, I do enter it from here. Is this it? Guess I'll check it out. And there's this interesting animation style. And we got these things that are not Koroks. They're called chums. And last stream we chame 4 times. And it increases your stamina the more times you chum. So that's a pretty important mechanic. Yeah, Twin Apple, I really love the style of this. Wish I could just do like a highlight reel of all the things that I've been looking at in the last few streams. Just to kind of show off to anyone who might not be hanging around. This area isn't the best demonstration of how amazing the game can look, but recommend checking out VODs. Is this really it? I don't think it is, actually. Just gonna walk there. This suit I'm wearing is apparently full of liquid. It's when I run around. Sloshing around. Oh, there's a lot of different clothing items you can wear. Here's the Gyromatic mask. And the lizard. And you got this guy. Oops. Someone called this the ADHD mask. And but I like being the whale. Lots of different outfits. Oops. Yeah, it's really Breath of the Wild inspired. And I think the whole game is made by 2 people or something like that. All these different things I've accumulated. Here's the chum tiers. And when you collect enough chum eggs, the big you go to the chum palace, and the big chum queen chums on you, and it's called a tier, and it's very suspect. I still got to figure out what to do with these. This is kind of an obscure side mission thing that I haven't figured out yet. You get these rings that are buried underground in these big temples. You can customize your bike with all different things that affect the stats. Different badges for doing tasks for certain factions. There's the beetles, which I'm actually getting a beetle badge now, so I'll be able to perform like 70s rock music when I get all of those. And then we got cartographer, faction, climbing, guards, machinist, scrappers. I have like a whole bunch of quests going on right now, and the ones that I've completed. Yeah, time of day changes. I don't think there's a chum chalice, but there is a chum palace. It's actually called the chum lair to make it even better. Okay. So I'm just going directly west. Somehow. And I'm probably gonna fall. Maybe. One thing that is really nice though is that hover move that I was doing. It's basically like that. Oh jeez. This is infinite. So there's moments where you climb extremely tall towers and you just like float around for like a solid minute trying to land on some distant tower once you get enough height. Sometimes, you know, the camera glitches through the terrain, but it actually gets to be pretty useful because you can see if there's supposed to be an entrance somewhere in the terrain that you're missing. Took me like... and if you like this art direction, it's inspired by this French artist named Moebius. So if you Google search Moebius, I think it is, you'll see some of their art, which is just incredible. Yeah, it's without a doubt inspired by that artist. Like when you look at their work, it's like, oh yeah. Feeling like this marker is just showing the like main area of the cave and it's not marking the entrance, so like the entrance is probably somewhere else. More plants that... some weird... okay. There are some strange glitches at times. Okay, must be close to the cave because some of the ambient sound triggers like bleeding out of the terrain and I can hear it. Jean Garrod. I don't know how you pronounce it in French. Jean Garrod. Longtime collaborator. Guy who made El Topo. Okay, this has to be it over here. Even though I said it probably wasn't before. Let me just save right here. I know you can't really die in this game, but... it can be risky if you get stuck somewhere. Oh, here it is. Should have known. Behind a waterfall, or whatever that is. Some kind of acidic piss. It's pissitic. Uh-huh. Oh, he also did the production design for Fifth Element. Really? I was told... oh, those are little worms. Well, this is the glowworm cave, so I guess the glowing things are the glowworms. So I'm supposed to smoke out the worms and steal them. Just completely destroying this ecosystem, just take everything. Alright. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Aha! Endangered species be damned. Right. Yeah, these mushrooms are a little suspect. And the icon looks way different than the thing that you pick up. Yeah, it is awfully precise for it being smoke. There we go. Okay, I think that's enough. Is that all I needed? Oh yeah, I solved 2 different quests at the same time. Glowworms and glow mushrooms, so let me jump back to the camp. And thank God there is fast travel. Yeah, smoke glowworms every day. When I return, Elizabeth is sharpening a knife with a carved hilt and humming a tune that seems at once new and familiar. The sound of her voice is calming, but booms to a welcome. She returns triumphant, I bet. Triumphant, I bet. I confirm as much with a handful of mushrooms, and she raises them to her face to smell. As she inhales, I look at the worn edges of her mask. The sun-bleached brow, the wear and tear of age, the scuffs befitting a veteran guard. I remember that before all this, she had seen combat, danger, adventure. There's a deep and crooked line along the cheek where she must have put it back together after a break, and I wonder at what or who did the damage. I bet they thought they had won, that she was beaten until they saw Elizabeth's grin laid bare, bloody and perilous. She tucks the mushrooms away and draws out a 3rd badge. One more token of my friendship, and a little boost too should you ever decide to become a guard like me. I think I might like that. Oh really? Well, how interesting. You haven't mentioned that all this time. For what it's worth, I think you'd be good at it. You have a keen eye, a helpful demeanor, and enough patience to listen to this old bird squawk away for ages. The rest you can learn. I'd be happy to teach you. I thank her and tell her that I will think about it. Don't think too hard. I know it feels like whatever you choose is yours forever, but it's one of the many choices you're going to make, and not even the biggest. This gliding you're on is only your first. There's plenty more life to live. I asked where she's headed next. She laughs. Into the mushrooms first, or into these mushrooms first, and then who knows? Wherever I am moved to go, but I'm sure I'll see you there. I bow to Elizabeth and say goodbye for now. Ooh, light sources. Yeah, all the guards are like 8 feet tall. I am supposed to be a teenager too, so I guess I'm maybe a little bit shorter than an adult. And the thing too, I think part of enjoying this game is to either read the dialogue to yourself, or if you're streaming it, to read it pretty quickly. So I notice a lot of what people tire out about when they're like streaming this game is they're like reading the dialogue really slow, and you know this game likes to be super wordy with things, so it feels like the game goes on way longer than it really is, just because there's so much dialogue, and you're like, has the person removed the mask and looked around as the sun set in the smoke of the fire, blah blah blah. Like you can realize when things are flavor text and when it's like mission important text and things like that, but I don't know. It's tricky to get used to if you're not used to like lots of dialogue in games. Now I gotta give back the other thing. Which I think this person was in... Oh, that's right, the snake that tried to kill me. Gotta feed solid snake. So here's another town, a different region. So this gives you an idea of like how different the regions can look. You can see the shadows changing. And it's interesting how the shadows have a black outline on them as well. Try to remember who this person is. Oh, here we go. Alright. I tell Citra I have the glowworms for her. You know, I'd have forgotten I even asked you. I must have been a little distracted. I hand the glowworms over. Thank you for these. Nosy will be eating even better than me tonight. Here's a merchant's badge for your reward. I say goodbye to Citra. Alright, well that was quick. Yeah, like just look at the textures too. It's all like hard outlined. I really wish there was like an option to turn the special shading off just so you can see what all of this actually looks like. Sometimes you can glitch the camera in such a way that you'll see through the world and can kind of see what it looks like without this shading. Because I have a feeling it's just like detecting contrast in values and then drawing a, like procedurally drawing a line that traces the contrasting area or something. I don't know. Because the black outline has like infinite resolution because it's being rendered procedurally. It's not drawn on per se. And you can see the colors changing in this area as it becomes nighttime. And this town has like electricity in it too, so you have this like blue light. I just like to admire the way that this looks and feels. How many of those badges do I have now? Wait, what? Thought I was given a merchant badge. Do I not have them? That's peculiar. Okay, so what else do I have going on? And I think I need... maybe I should do this since I'm here. Need to find some stupid kids. Just like, I think every Zelda game has a quest at some point where you have to play hide and seek with some gremlin children. And oftentimes they have snot bubbles. Oh, see, I want that helmet. That looks awesome. The game also needs a photo mode. Surprised it doesn't. It clearly wants to be admired. So if anybody happens to see any children hiding as I'm walking around here, you should let me know. If the bitrate allows for it. There are birds everywhere too, easy to confuse them. Gremlin children. Yeah, they're also, what are some other terms? Oh yes, I just noticed. Perhaps you are a gremlin child, I don't know. Certainly a static one at least. Uh-huh. Yeah-ha-ha. You're a ways away from being a child at this point. Hey, same. But I've noticed too that just as people get older, your definition of what makes someone a child changes a lot. Like I'm 33 and I live in an area that has a lot of college students, so it's like people who are like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22-ish in that range, and I've just instinctively called them kids before. Even though like they're technically into adulthood, they're no longer teenagers, but it's like they just look like kids to me. And of course, like when you're in college and you see people in high school, you're like, oh my god, they're like babies. You're 29 and get called a kid by people in their 50s and 60s. Yeah, it's like a relative term, I suppose. Oh my god. Don't think there's anything up there. Actually, this is a good vantage point. I just don't know where they'd be hiding. Oh, hey. He compared with college students. Yeah, it's like, well, when it comes to guys anyway, I know like facial hair can really change people's perception of how old you are. Like, I don't know if people were just flattering me, but where I used to work, almost everyone that worked there was in their mid to early 20s. And I was still, you know, like 32 or 31 or something at the time. When I told them I was that old, they're like, there's no way you're that old. Because, like, I never have a beard or anything. I mean, I can grow facial hair really easy, and I have to shave every day or else I look extremely scruffy. But I just choose to always shave and not have facial hair, and people say it makes me look way younger. Whereas, like, I've seen people who are in their early 20s who have, like, a full beard, and you're like, oh, they gotta be, like, I don't know, in their, like, 30s or 40s or something. It's just, like, facial hair makes your how people perceive you age-wise way different. Is this a child? Aha! You found me. Are you sure you counted all the way to 100? Alright. Need to find Jeff with one F. It's funny because, as I'm sure a lot of you know and are probably watching right now, watching Videobum, who's streaming. You know, his name's Jeff. His name, Jeff. And the name he uses oftentimes in multiplayer games will be like Name Jeff or Big Jeff or something. And if that's taken, he just keeps adding F's until it's no longer taken, which I think is hilarious. But then this Jeff has one F. So it's the original. But you're also blonde, so facial hair can come across as spottier. It's always kind of been an interesting thing to me. It's like when you have really dark hair, just even the slightest bit of stubble like really shows. But yeah, I've seen blonde people, and sometimes like they'll have a lot of facial hair, but if you're, you know, light skinned, it just sort of blends in with your hair, and like you almost don't even notice that they have facial hair. And I think when you have light colored hair, the older you get, as your hair starts turning gray, it's probably an easier transition because it's like you're already used to having light colored hair. Whereas like if you have really dark hair, suddenly you have like a mixture of black and white hair. Which honestly, and this is probably, you know, people who are graying and hate it or be like, don't you ever say that, but I'm kind of looking forward to getting gray hair. Like I have dark brown, almost black hair, and I have really short hair to begin with. Like I cut it extremely short all the time. But I don't know, gray hair is kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Also, this is one of the many cryptids, or at least one of the like iceberg, Sable iceberg characters that I've designated as such, is the only maskless person in the game, and I'm pretty sure it is unintentional. Already, this character has had a character arc because when I first discovered them, they were continuously walking into the wall. But since times have changed, now they're holding still and facing a wall, but they no longer are moving, but they're still just sitting there without a mask. So this is the only maskless person in the game. Weird. Mono the Gray. Even though, I mean, obviously I make a big deal about how I just love like monochromatic things and grayscale and just gray in general. I didn't even think about it. The fact that I like gray hair, all of a sudden it's like, oh, it fits. I just didn't even actively think of it like that. But one curse that I have that will definitely hurt me later. It'll aesthetically, I can't think of the word, is that I have like a lot of extra skin on my face, as weird as that sounds. I even had an ex of mine said like, you have a really stretchy face. So as I get older, I'm gonna have like monstrous jowls, I think, when I am in like my 50s. Which is gonna suck, because I'm gonna turn into the Gungan guy, Boss Nass or whatever. Yeah, I could just live in the woods and avoid all of those kinds of problems. Not that anyone's looking at me anyway, so it's not like, oh no. Maybe if I wait long enough, the kids that I'm looking for will just starve to death. They can call it a day. Someone should invent a skin iron. Oh god. Well, technically, irons can be... Whoa, this is weird. Can be skin irons if you're brave enough. Might have some adverse effects, though. Gotta be careful. Oh, here's another one. Thought this was a really good hiding spot. You're smart for a grown-up. I take the compliment. Oh yeah, these kids have been holding out for more than hours. It's been like weeks, like in-game weeks at this point. I did burn my finger once, and at the time I thought it was going to be just like a permanent scar, but after, I don't know, like 5 or more years, it eventually went away. And of all things, it was because I accidentally touched one of the coils on a toaster while it was running. So I was like reaching in. This is when I was really young, but I was reaching into the toaster to grab bread that was stuck in there, and my knuckle and my pinky finger touched one of like the red hot coils, and I remember immediately running it under cold water and stuff, and it had this really gross scar on my knuckle for a long time. You have scars from your cat scratching you? Oh, I believe it. This guy's cool looking. Varana introduces herself. Okay, girl. She's the Atomic Priest. Oh, I've been looking for these people. Okay, she's the Atomic Priest in Akria. The Atomic Priest leans forward in a way they must think is inviting. And I suppose they're right, because here I am. Glider, we've a task for you, if you're able and interested, of course. Gliders tend to be interested in tasks. I've never known quite how to feel about the Atomic Priesthood. As a child, I've been both fearful and fascinated, watching them go about their mysterious business and making up all kinds of things about them in my head. Today, I understand that they're an order like any other, only more severe, more insular, more dedicated and collective caution in a way that increasingly feels more like paranoia than reason. Still, I do mostly like a task. Are you familiar with Lore the Fabulist? Let me screenshot that. Funny. I was introduced to that term fabulist before, and they're like, oh. Anyway, I tell the priest I've heard of Lore the Fabulist. Then this is the perfect task for you, because you will know Lore the Fabulist at its end. Sounds reasonable. I ask what the task is. We need you to find Lore, and then when you do, convey that we would like to invite her back to Akria. We miss her quite a lot, in fact. It may be the most emotion I've heard from a member of the priesthood, and it seems quite legitimate. I wonder what sort of relationship Lore has with them. Why did she leave? I ask why she left Akria in the first place. According to her, she wished to clear her mind. We are uncertain what she means by it. We hope that she does not clear her mind of all that she has done for us. Ask what she's done. She's spread our message to those places places where we who are not her cannot reach. A strong voice in the Atomic Priesthood. Where do you think she is? If you aren't sure where to start, it may be wise to speak with innkeepers at the beetle camps. Lore carries our message all across the world. I thank them for the advice and wave goodbye. Farewell, Glider. I hope this can get me the Atomic Priest mask, because I really like the way that it looks. Oh, I like this noise, too. Your most permanent scar is actually from a burst blood vessel in your eye. Ooh. Was there like a moment that caused that to burst? Like, was it... I don't know, because I've had moments where like my allergies were so bad. I was sneezing constantly, and eventually I like burst a blood vessel just from like sneezing and my eyes tearing so much. Eventually recovered though. Remember, like, it just kind of, as you get older too, I feel like everyone in their 20s and on, probably even teenage and on, that you just kind of have permanent visible blood vessels in your eyes, like bloodshot look. Because I remember when one of my cousins was born, looking at his eyes, I was like, your eyes are way too, like, white. it just seems like unnatural. Like, I think that's a sign of like you've been through some shit in your life. The more blood vessels appear, like when you're sleep deprived. You had a scrape and he kept picking at it. Ugh. Okay, where is this last child? I mean, I have a weird birth defect that I remember as a kid, I really hated it. Because I was just thinking like it, you know, I was young and stupid and thought that my birth defect is what made me ugly. But then I realized as I went on that it's not the birth defect. But it's, I have this, what's the word, benign tumor of some sort in my left eye that like pushes my eyeball slightly to a side. Is this a child? No, it's a different one. Oh god, that's loud. Entertainer's badge? I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay. But the... Yeah, so I have like this piece of skin that's sticking out that's like constantly pushing my eye to the side, and it's probably part of why I wear glasses, is to like correct for what it's done to my eyesight. Nothing severe, but I was always told that the procedure to remove that skin is more dangerous than it's worth, so I just basically have to deal with it. Oh, we had pink eye for a while. Ugh. Pink eye's always sounded so awful. I mean, what disease isn't awful? Where are you, child? Maybe I should climb up above again. I think I've told the story on stream before, but it's like probably one of the scariest moments I've ever had was in terms of like how badly something could have gone but it didn't, was when I was really young. I had a bow and arrow that was it was like a kid's one. It's very not dangerous. There's like suction cups and stuff, but I was out in the backyard and there's a dog toy on the ground that it was full of air, and then I shot the arrow at the dog toy, and the arrow bounced directly back at my face, and the knock, or whatever it's called, like the groove on the back that where the string goes through, bounced back at my face and scratched, well, actually it hit my eye, and I remember at the moment I was like, oh my god, like, because I couldn't see out of that eye suddenly, and I was thinking like, did I just ruin the rest of my life by like blinding myself? And I was so scared to open my eyes, and I was like practically praying. I mean, I was like 8 or something when this happened, and then after a short while I eventually just started blinking, and I started to be able to see out of it again, and I was like, oh my god, I am so grateful. But then I went and looked in the mirror, and there was like a big deep scratch, like on my eyelid, like right below my eye. It was like literally a centimeter or so, less than that, like away from hitting my eyeball. And that would have been devastating. I guess it would have like fulfilled my name as like Mono, be like a Cyclops. But that could change your life forever. Splash oil in your eyes while cooking. Any kind of cooking oil, if it just like spits out of the pan and touches your skin. There was I've had it before where I had jalapeno juice on my fingers that I thought I had washed completely. Like I'd washed my hands so many times and then I accidentally rubbed my eye. That really hurt. I need to be making more progress in this game. This quest probably isn't even going to be worth it. Okay, here's the arrested child, but sucks for them. It's actually not related. I turn my mic down. I realize I'm peaking a bunch. Oh yeah, those elastic workout bands. I used to play with those a lot as a kid, but yeah, they seem super dangerous, especially if you're like flexing them, stretching them way out and letting them snap back. Could have just taken the ladder. Oh, I swear, if this kid is in the sewer somewhere, unless we got another moonwalker. Okay. Well, I might as well look now. Does he swim very slow? Other thing that happened recently was during my last stream I noticed that I had the whole bunch of those Hoss accounts follow me, like 20 of them in a row, but it didn't even show up on my chatty thing. It didn't show up in my follower list. I only noticed that it even happened when I went back into the creator dashboard thing. And it said they followed, but then it was like, I think that they were just banned automatically so quickly that it just didn't affect anything. Like my follower count wasn't changed. They just, I think that there's just enough measures in place now that they can be caught. And I noticed that like in the chat right now is Commander Root, which I presume is a bot, but Commander Root is a person or a group that has been making some crazy amount of progress on blocking bots and stuff like that. So maybe they're doing some kind of research with Twitch or something. So Yeah, nothing bad has happened. Don't want to jinx it. Might as well buy all this. Beetle Station. Cool. Yeah, the bots don't even show up in my like user list, so I think they just followed and then got banned and were just deleted. See if I can move this. Part of my modular setup. That I have this big flexible arm where I can position the microphone depending on my posture, so I don't have to like crane my neck to sit in a certain way. Hopefully this works. Let's see what this outfit looks like. Ah. Oops. Always push the wrong button. Ooh, badass. You know I fit in. I also have 2 parts of the Atomic Priest outfit. I hope I can get the mask from that one quest. But I like the whale too much. I want to keep this one. Oh, I know where I haven't looked. There's like a whole, not underground, but a whole area over here. Yeah, where do I keep any of this stuff? I have like hundreds of random items on me. Okay, I'm gonna keep looking for this kid for like 2 more minutes, and then I'm just gonna move on, because I don't want to spend so much time on a minor quest when I'm hoping to try to finish this tonight. Jesus. I mean, if anyone knows where the kid is, definitely tell me. Whoa! Danger to everybody. Do I have a license to ride the bike? No. It was an heirloom. No training. Also, this is one of the coolest masks in the game, is the one this guy's wearing. It's a wind chime mask, so it's like layers of ceramic, and as he moves around, it jingles around. I think it's such a cool concept. Be annoying as hell to wear, but... just the sound of ceramic hitting together is really nostalgic for me. It's because, like, I grew up with a lot of clay. I actually had a kiln in the basement of my parents' house. And my mom was a professional clay sculptor for a lot of her life. She was actually, like, the official sculptor for our local zoo or state zoo for a long time. And they would sell her stuff in the stores and all kinds of stuff. So, like, I always grew up with a lot of clay around. And it's the sound of ceramic things hitting together is really nostalgic to me. Alright, I got 30 more seconds, and then I'm gonna give up, and this child can just starve. I don't care. Alright, too bad. You're gonna starve. Okay, so gotta talk to innkeepers at all these stations. Should be easy, since I already have them all mapped. Just love that subtle little bell chime when you go on a fast travel like that. Reminds me of The Long Drive or whatever that game is called, that like super janky, you're like just on the road driving and you can, there's like a piss and shit button that you can push at any time. But, what was that noise again? Is when you die in that game, that it just, all the sound cuts out and it just makes a little like ding sound and you just fade away. I just thought that was such a cool, subtle thing. Oh, also hello Hobo Nora, welcome back. Hope your animations are going well and not going at 16,000 FPS or whatever that situation was. Yeah, The Long Drive is a weird game. It's a lot like My Summer Car in terms of where there's an unusual amount of detail put into things other than what you thought the game was going to be about. But you think it'd be about a lot of driving, right? But there is driving, but there's just all the other strange things you can do in it. Animations are working as intended. Good, good. Let's see if I can get a mask, because I feel like I have badges that aren't acknowledged in my inventory. Okay, I guess I don't have it. Innkeeper. Greetings, Glider. What can I do you for? Do you know where Lore is? Oh, you're looking for Lore? Love her. She's great. I think last I heard she was on her way to the Sodics. Big place. Good place to empty the old thought bucket. Thank for her help. Anything else I can help you with? No. Ask. Okay, so now to go to Bone Marrow Station. Or Marrow Bone Station. Yeah, you can drink gasoline and piss it into the gas tank, and you can drive the car off of that. Yeah, there's some weird audio stuttering that happens in this area. There we go. It'll go away, but it's like as things are loading in, it takes a while. If you're looking for good streams of people playing The Long Drive, Joel did one recently. He's done a couple. If there's any Tomato Gaming fans, his runs of the game are particularly good. I think Jerma might have streamed. Oh yeah, he definitely did, because he has a famous clip where he's speeding down the road at like 110 miles per hour. And then he looks in the rearview mirror and says, Jerma 985 here, and then crashes into a light pole like a second later and dies. Actually, no, he didn't die, he just crashed and there's blood everywhere. You know where Laura is? Can't tell you where she is right now, but when I saw her, she was looking for the Sleeping Singers. They're a set of stone whales. Can't miss them. Anything else I can help you with? Oh. Okay. Greetings, Glider. What can I do you for? Hey, you're all the same person. You say the same things. Haven't seen her in ages, like actual years. I think at the time she was following the path of the archer. Anything else I can help you with? Don't tell me I have to remember all of the clues that they gave. Oh, good. Okay, somewhere desolate. Sodic wastes, which I think are the really white, salty area in the northeast corner. I think that's what that area is. Sleeping Singers. Path of the Archer. Wait. Is this the person that's just in the Lost Woods, basically? Which is... Because that, if they're Path of the Archer, that's where they talk about the statues. God, where was that area? I think it's... Oh, that's right here. Guess that's my best guess. So is anyone out there currently playing or attempting to play the Kickstarter backer release of Book of Travels? I think today was the first day that Book of Travels was available for backers. And then on the 10th, it'll be available for everyone in early access. I heard they're having some issues with, like, servers. But Book of Travels is something I'm really looking forward to playing. I feel pretty strongly like I'm going to stream it. And also the Battlefield 2042 open beta is next week. Might do at least one stream of that. And also Industria that I got a key for. Probably gonna try to stream that too. What other regions are we? Okay, Hakoa is the dark place. Ansi is the just kind of deserty looking place. It doesn't tell me where am I right now. Like the maps just don't say it. No, 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 no. Go away. Oh, I need my bike. This is one of the laggiest places in the game. Aha. Is this who I'm looking for? No, it's Vera. Okay, here's the mystery of the statues that I still can't figure out. Yeah, I like the way the place looks for sure. It's unfortunate that it's so laggy. Oh, hey! And then like the post-processing stuff just like randomly goes in and out. I wasn't able to find this before. Melancholy mushroom, my favorite. Lavender flash dye? Hmm. Okay, now I just gotta figure out which region is the Sodic Wastes. So I think I can do that by just talking to cartographers. Woo! Crash. Alright, well, I'm gonna go to cartographer so I can figure out the name. Which should be... where are you? Right here. Salt flats of the wastes are northeast. Okay, confirmed. East is Sansi. Alright. So my guess was correct. And if you haven't seen this area, this has some nice vistas. I always like seeing cities on the horizon like that. Beautiful. I've become a robot friend. I don't know if it's a robot per se, I'm just in like a spacesuit. I'm in a whale suit, and apparently it's full of water because when you run around it sloshes. And this area looks pretty damn cool as well. Oh, that's somewhere I never checked out. Go see what that is. Look at all these burbs. You mean I've chum a long way? Ha ha ha. Because the chum eggs are what give you increased stamina. The more you chum, the better stamina you gain. Figure out what this was. Hey, it's a game mechanic. I didn't make it up. Okay, what were the other clues? I'm in the right region at least. Sleeping Singers, a set of stone whales. Follow the path of the archer. And we got the archer statues. I'm gonna arrange my microphone. Okay. I think the key to healthy posture is to be changing every few, I don't know, every 30 minutes or so, maybe even less. Because if you're sitting in the same position, actually not moving for long periods of time is the worst thing you could do. So imagine what our prehistoric ancestors must think about our current lifestyle. Like, I wish it was, you know, one of the biggest health problems that faced me is trying to move more. If only I could just spend a day not moving, not being hunted and killed by other savage people. We were just talking to someone about that. Yeah, but what I always like to use as kind of a counter argument to it is the fact that it's not always fair to compare yourself to prehistoric ancestors. Like, oh yeah, they were all hunting and killing things and were like physically strong, blah blah blah, but like, it's about you become what is needed or expected of you in society. Like, let's see prehistoric ancestor like write an email without upsetting people or something, or like make a PowerPoint presentation, huh? See, these are all skills that they couldn't even begin to understand. So I might not be able to spearfish, but at least I can do, or I can engage in an activity that can pay for my livelihood, my existence. This place is my vibe. Love it. So I think for this quest I do actually have to pay attention to those archer statues. Kinda wish I had binoculars. There's one. But I wonder if the person maybe spawned at this camp now. I remember thinking it was very strange to have this camp with nobody at it when I was here before, so maybe there's actually someone here now. No? Wait, what was that? Oh! Salt Harvester Dane. Ah, glider. Haven't had one up here in a while. Feels like only yesterday I set off from my own gliding, headed down to Marrowbone Station in the wash I did. Seen Pyrosta, I almost wet myself. Could never work out if it was a natural rock formation or a statue someone had carved. Even overheard someone in Akria saying the thing was alive. What formation? A worm that big? Could you imagine? I think if I thought that could happen, I wouldn't sleep very well. Cool NPC dialogue. I'll join them. Also, do you pronounce W-Y-R-M as worm? I know it's referring to like a specific type of mythological like dragon. But is it just said like worm? Like the ground earthworm? Warm? Oh wait, no, that's W-A-R. It's a W-O-R, yeah. Okay, following the statue. Won't get distracted. It's pointing to this statue. Oh, that feature, it wasn't really binoculars. That was... what is it again? This? I guess it does zoom in a little bit. This feature that nobody uses. Okay, where was the statue pointing? Okay, looks like it's pointing to the left. Oh man, we're getting strobbed again. We have no more strawberries. Why must you keep robbing us? Strobbing us. But thank you for the raid. So what were you playing tonight, Strawberry? I don't have all the fancy bot stuff set up to be like, shout out. I can pay you in chill points. Okay, so where are we going next? This is pointing... like east by southeast. Playing Animal Crossing. Nice. So what is it like playing Animal Crossing? Like, it's been more than a year later, right? Did he just had like a big update recently, I think, too? And archaeology in World of Warcraft? Didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Guess I'll look over here. that a person? No. Oh, here. Okay, so... updates coming in October or November. Oh, okay. Usually, Halloween updates in games are enough for me to start playing them again. Like, I remember last year I had mostly stopped playing by the time it was October, but I logged in just to get whatever spooky stuff they have. So I think my town is still... not only is it a, like, dystopian hellhole just in general, but I logged in to go get all the Halloween stuff, so it's probably still set up from last year. Yeah, Halloween is a state of mind. They already did this whole climb to get up to the cartographer. I don't think it would have me do it again. Oh, that's right, Brewster is getting added, right. I've never understood why people like Brewster so much. Is it just because everyone's like so obsessed with coffee that whatever, you know, resembles their addiction brings them joy? I know that previous games had like jobs that you could do through Brewster, like mini game jobs or something. Wonder if they're planning on adding that, because that would be interesting. Oh, that's right. There's supposed to be like whale statues I'm supposed to be looking for too. A set of stone whales, the sleeping singers. Or singers, not stinger. Gyroids are always cool too. They're just so creepy. Oh yeah, see if does this point me anywhere? No. And not all of them will put you exactly where you should be going. Well, I think I'll go up to the balloon. Maybe that will give me a better view of what I'm looking for. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Oh, this is just too good. I gotta take a screenshot. Come on, we need a photo mode. Oh, now you're covering the moon. No, moon, wait, wait, wait! Oh yeah, the clay sound nostalgia. That's probably why I like gyroids. Don't see anything that looks whale-like. But this is also the same game where the whale is just a gigantic crashed ship. I wonder... are any of these places called anything that sounds like that? Like, what is this? Alex Pillar? Oh no. Remove marker, please. Put all that effort into... there. Still think it's hilarious that I was watching someone play this, and their button got stuck, and they just, like, smeared hundreds of markers all over the map, and it was just permanently there. Like, they couldn't get rid of it. It was so bad. Moon behind the head like classical angel portraits. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Exactly. Alright, things that are either large ships or whale-like in appearance, besides me. And of course this whole area is littered with ships. Ship parts. Whoa, suddenly day. Just have to download a mobile game. We'll meet lots of whales there. This quest took you forever? Well, could I perhaps ask you for a hint? Are the whales that I'm looking for actual statues? Like, are there... can I find them physically? You can see it from here. Is it a metal thing? Or is it like a statue? Like a stone thing? I guess metal is technically stone, but... oh, wait. I see something interesting over there. Whoa. Oh no, it's not backseating like I asked for help, so that's cool. With games that are a little more obscure like this, it's oftentimes hard to find people who actually played long enough to get to this point. Yeah, I know I won't get hurt from fall damage, I just like... it makes it feel more immersive to pretend like it is still a threat even when it's not. Oh, great. Damn it. Ah, and I hear the singing. Ow. Yeah, I could probably just jump from the balloon all the way over here. It's probably not going to make it either. Ah. So, Micmacs, have you completed the game? How far in are you? I know the game seems like there's enough to do where you can probably beat it and still have a lot left to do. Did everything except for the chums. Ah. You know, I think I can maybe finish tonight. I'm like 14, 15 hours in. Finally gonna get some closure on these archer statues, though. Alright. Oh, this place is awesome. Oh, cutscene. Stranger by the fireside introduces themselves as Lore, the famous fabulist. If I had any doubts that I would recognize the fabled Lore, they vanished at the sight of her mask. The face turns. You're looking for me, aren't you? I'd like to meet you. I'm a fan. I have a fan, the poet asked. Well, that's good news at least. Yet in your eye, I see the lie. You're asking for the priest. I'm not sure what to say next, and certainly did not in rhyme, so I give sort of a playful shrug. Lore shakes her head and looks to the skies, her mask shifting away. I know why the priesthood wants me. Truth be told, I miss them as well. I wait for the next verse, but apparently this is just talking. What did you do for them? I'm a wandering fabulist, the poet's life my choice. The priests ask me to spread safety and give their knowledge voice. He sighs. Will you return then? I ask Laura if she's going to return home then. The priests give me a good life. I spread their word, they treat me like a queen. There's still something wrong. I'm at an impasse. I ask what kind, and she doesn't answer. What is your name? I tell her that it's Sable. Sable, as a glider, you might have a particular insight into what I'm seeking. For what I desire is to choose a path, and you are very much on the same journey. Do you think you could help me? I tell her yes, but it's absolutely a secret maybe, bordering on doubtful. The atomic priesthood, however strange and severe, have given me a very comfortable life. I speak the truth and spread their word. Well, frankly, I stop them I stop them being so bloody boring all the time. She crosses her arms. For that, they treat me wonderfully. I get anything I want, so as long as I use my gifts to convey their message... Oh, so long as I use my gifts to convey their message. Sounds great. It does, but it also means that I don't get to speak of much else, and it makes me wonder what else I could do. Could I be more peculiar, more fun, funny even? So now I wonder, should I turn to Akrisha? Or Akria? Yes. Lord dismisses me again. No, it's not that easy, Sable, don't you see? I've spent these weeks wandering the vastness of the desert, traveling through towns and encampments, through ruins and wonders, asking myself questions. And I've narrowed it down to the 3 most significant questions, for which I have no answers. Perhaps if you can help. I tell her yes, sure, of course, please. Thank you. You have a glider's wisdom. Lore draws me closer, and I look deep into the eyes of her mask. Sable, glider. What is the value of art? Is it spreading truth, or is it spreading joy? It's quite a start. I tell her that the value of art is... I guess truth. I say it's truth, and Lore nods vigorously. Fabulist, in coarser words, is the one who peddles lies, but I have found a way around, giving warning to the wise. Fascinating, Sable. Really helpful. Was it? Next question. When you're faced with a challenge, how do you approach it? Do you value caution or safety? Well, what I'm definitely not going to say is that I thought they were much the same thing. Instead... Caution. I tell her I think that caution is more important than safety. Caution, interesting, and you didn't even have to think. Perfect. Laura clears her throat. When I first left my home and was bound for the sand, I knew not what I'd find as I walked through this great land. But I knew that in going, I'd risk soul and skin, so I swore caution out and lit the fire within. Rereading this when I first left my home. Not what I'd find as what. New rhyme scheme there, I like it. Lore nods. Versatility. You've been so helpful, Sable, thank you. The last question is probably an easy one for you, still in your gliding. Why do we explore? What drives us? Are we seeking our purpose, or are we indulging in our freedom? To be fair to Lore, this one gives me pause. It dances around my thoughts now and again, but not in so many words. I wonder, is my purpose as a glider to see all places, or is it to find my places? I think on it and offer an answer. The purpose of such exploration is to find your purpose. I tell Lore that the point is to find our purpose. Fascinating, we are such strange creatures. She breathes in. In all of us, there is a flower, the answer to our need, but we can't wait, so we contemplate the mystery of the seed. Lore pauses after this last. I hear the wind blow past, and suddenly she claps. Well, that settles it. I think I've made up my mind, but I'll need another night to think on it. I ask Laura if she's going back to Akria or not. She laughs. I find myself liking her laugh quite a lot. I'll find out tomorrow. Thank you, Sable, for listening. You've been a very generous collaborator today, and I feel quite refreshed. Take this badge, a token of your contribution. She sits up straight. A glider named Sable, the fabulous Lore, shared something today on the sands. I put faith in her judgment, all trust in her brain, and my fate in her capable hands. Lore bows, and I must admit, I feel quite nice having heard that. Thank you, Sable. I know we'll meet again. I wish Lore the best and then tell her goodbye. I don't know if I helped, but I gave it a try. Oh no, she's got me doing it. Nice. Well, that was lovely. Certainly found enough candles to last for a while. Modern art is what you can get away with. I'll sell them a single line and call it minimalist dilemma. I mean, I always hear people criticize modern art and think that, you know, it's just a big scam or whatever, but it's like, okay, this is my educated guess, that just not necessarily modern art in particular, but just the modern the modern situation, I guess, that art is in, is that it's way more about who you know and who respects you, oftentimes more so than what it is you create. People will so often look at something that is just, you know, literally like something that you could easily make, and someone's like, oh, I could make that, why am I not a millionaire? And you're like, well, you haven't built your reputation, you haven't had any sort of history in doing something like this. It's there's just so much more than just the thing that you make. And it's, of course, you know, art with the internet and all that has spread so far, and just the average person can just make something and get an audience out of it. So it's become a lot more complicated, but at least historically it's been a lot about the people you know, the communities that you're in, the movement you're a part of. And that still exists to an extent today, but it's a lot harder to interpret because there's just so many people who are a part of it now. And also, I mean, experts on art history would cringe at using a blanket term like just modern art. Like, I know there is a famous museum of modern art, but it's just like with anything, that when you have a big appreciation for it and start to learn a lot about it, you know how to discriminate between all the different like sub-genres. Like when you're really into like rock music or something, like, you know, all the different small things and nuances that set them apart and what makes them more valuable, less valuable, what makes one artist more influential, less influential. So it's so easy to be an outsider looking in on, you know, modern art community and just being like, oh, it's all just a scam, they're just making money, it's all so ugly, why does anyone like this, they're all just being manipulated. And I'm sure there are cases where people are just straight up, like, their intent is to just get money out of someone with the lowest effort, but it's like, that's what they've put themselves and worked towards being in a situation where they can get away with something like that. And maybe the two parties don't see it as a scam like an outsider would. I don't know. I just feel like it's just a more complicated situation than the average person tries to make it out to be. So, yeah, a lot more about who you are and what you've done in the past than it is the thing that you made. Like, I remember even in art history class, how there's a lot of terms that people misuse, where there was an actual movement in art history called realism. So when people say that this is realistic, the average person means that it is reminiscent of like what I see with my own eyes in real life. But realism is an actual like movement in art. So to call something realistic in context to art history, you're saying that they were a part of that movement of art. And the correct term would be to call it naturalistic. If you're saying something looks like it does in real life, it's supposed to be it's naturalistic. And same goes for calling something modern, because modernism is a movement in itself, and of course there's like postmodernism. And a lot of big movements in art have like the before, the during, and the after, and they all blend together, and then they like break apart into their smaller influences and things like that. And I remember towards the end of my art history class, I thought it was interesting that someone, because the newest thing that we covered was like artists in the 80s or something like that. And it was so hard to actually define what underlying motivations people have. Just because of there's like such a tremendous like art in the hands of so many more people. The further we go along, it becomes so much harder to define anything as we did traditionally. So someone in our class asked, like, so why don't we talk about artists that are doing work right now as a part of art history? And they said, like, we won't know the significance of their work until many years later when they're no longer known. Like, a lot of the significance of art history is not known until you can experience what impact it had on culture and art as the whole world. So it's like we probably won't know in our lifetime what current generation artists, what sort of movements they took part in, what sort of impact they had, or any of that. I don't know. I think that's just history in general. And then there's always the argument of like, what makes art good? What is art? Which I think are just frustrating arguments, because the argument that always comes up, like, I tend to lean on the side of just saying that it's an extremely personal definition, varies person to person. One thing that someone considers to have artistic value may have none at all to somebody else. But then someone will say, well, what about when it comes to, you know, taxpayer-funded art? Because then you have to have a definition. There has to be like this institutionalized definition of art, because there's, you know, the people's money is going towards funding certain things. So how can we declare what one thing is art and isn't art, because it's become this whole system of government or whatever? And then it just gets like, what's the famous thing, the National the something of art, the NF, it's that group that people use all the time in art classes as like a defense of a need to define art, or National Endowment of the Arts. That's what it was. And there's so many cases where tax money goes towards some kind of public art, and it gets approved, and people like it. Okay, no, that's the thing. The people who commissioned it like it, but then the general public absolutely hates it. Because, like, the general public, you know, have very different tastes in what makes something art or not. And it's all frustrating. Okay, I gotta go back to... Oops. Art has something to do with money? Right. And I'm reading what everyone's saying, and just don't always have something to say about it. Yeah, basically money ruins everything. Just about everything that I love, whenever money is introduced into that situation, it just completely destroys the thing that I liked. Like, an example is, of course, people know that I like obscure puzzle-solving kinds of, like, alternate reality games and all that kind of stuff. And anytime there's a real money cash prize that is promised, everyone gets really shitty. because then it's like, oh my god, there's money at stake. So people just start using really just frowned upon methods of like borderline cheating, and they're just trying to do the very worst that they can and can still get away with it, because all they care about is winning. They don't care about the experience. They don't want to feel anything. They don't want to learn anything. They just want the money, and that's it. So then all of a sudden it ruins it for everyone else, because it's like, well, we no longer get to have the experience of working as a group, because everyone is going to like betray one another at any moment, because they'll use each other to get further along, and then as soon as it's towards the end, they'll split away and try to snipe the prize within a matter of like milliseconds difference. And time again, that has happened. Like, it's absolutely what happens. And I've seen it. And it's incredibly stupid and disappointing. Greetings, Glider. We don't know what you said to her, Glider, but we are grateful that you said it. Laura's returned with a renewed passion, and we credit you. So thank you, Glider. Be safe. Excuse me, I don't get a prize? Hello? Speaking of cash prizes. I want the mask! Give me the mask! Wow, what a waste of time. Masks ruined me. The person that beat this game, if you're still in chat, when I do this quest, the gliding, where I return to my home camp and end my gliding, does that end the game? Like, or is there more that happens after this? And if you're not there, of course, that's cool. Then you will have never have heard this. This is a real thing. I forget the museum, but museum commissioned a piece of art, gave them for they take money and run. I heard about that. That almost seems to like too cleanly fit the narrative of people who hate modern art for it to be true, but I don't know, it could be true. It's like that's exactly what critics want to hear. It almost seems like it was an exaggerated situation, but maybe it did happen, I don't know. You can turn back, but it does lead to the end. Okay. It is like 2:30 here. And usually in an hour or so is when everyone starts collapsing and not watching anymore. And I've been going for 3 hours so far, so maybe I should. And these ring-shaped artifacts too. I never found where to use them. Is this a quest line that you also pursued, the ancient race? I found like 3 of these, and I don't know where to use them. Like, is that an interesting quest line to pursue? Okay. Let you know if I want a hint. Guess my question is regarding these things, like the quests that we're looking at right now. Do I just need to like run into the place where I use it, or is there something that will lead me to it? Like, is it just a random chance that you'll find the correct thing, or is there somewhere I can go to learn more about it? I guess is my roundabout question. You just need to stumble across the place. What region... Oh, maybe an NPC mentions a clue. What region is it in? Guess that would help narrow it down. I might have an idea. Because I still haven't mapped this place out. I gotta do that. It's in the middle area. Okay. I'm guessing each region has one tower where you get the thing from. Ooh, this is cool. Many major outlets reported on it, so it seems legit. Well, I mean, sucks that it happened. Why this area lags so much? It doesn't seem like there's as much going on here as other areas that don't lag. I think I figured out what that noise is too. It's like when one of those towers that contains the key, when it like loads into the game's memory, that it plays that animation of it closing, which makes that loud sound. So I think it's just a matter of the devs have to like tell the game that this event already happened and to not run it again when the player enters the region where it is. looks awesome. And I hope they smooth out that day-night transition thing where it just like abruptly sky changes color. One of my favorite things about the way this game looks is how the ornate details like that, how they just sort of slowly fade in as they get closer to you. Like you can see it happening on the upper ring there. Oh, it's handling this rotation better than I thought it would. A lot of games just have a heart attack when you have to try to handle a player walking on a moving object. Oh, I need 10 more before the next chum. Yeah, when I jump, my momentum is carried with the object. So it doesn't just like rotate under me. It seems to be doing it pretty well. I don't even know what game engine this uses. Like, the game's just been so heavily modified, like I can't even really tell what this started as. If you look in the game's file directory, sometimes you can tell just based on like the folder setup which engine it is. Breath of the Wild's inertia is non-existent. Is that like a... I saw people kind of exploiting the weird physics things, where isn't it like you can stand on top of an object and use that one like time freezing ability to like put a ton of velocity into it and then launch yourself into the sunset? Come all the way here just to bother me, huh? Did you ever think there may be a reason I'm up here with all these bones? I tell him I hope it's that he's a cartographer. He snorts but waves me on. Depends on what you find interesting. A couple of fools have started putting in time at the old settlement up on the Eyres. You'll have to climb, but seems you don't have much trouble with that. Camera's having a hard time handling the situation. In Breath of the Wild, yeah, if you jump once, you lose all velocity. Ah. The wrecked ship hanging off the cliff face there. You're brave or stupid enough to scavenge it. And the Bridge of the Betrayed is over there too. Okay. I would like to do that crashed ship because that could theoretically give me clearance to the special bike upgrades that I was interested in. Oh, that's right, this is mapped out now. Ooh. Well, that's some scary looking stuff over here. Okay, there's the ship. And this looks like a key. Okay, I'll just go southeast. Respawn the bike first. Southwest, oops. Hmm. Being a glider have anything to do with this floating bubble, or is it just occupational? Well, at the beginning of the game, I had this special stone handed down to me as kind of a coming-of-age tradition. So, I don't think it's some, like, innate ability that people have. It's more like it's passed down between others within the craft or the occupation. Game looks wild. Yeah, Breath of the Wild. But it is I have been really enjoying this game so far, so it is nice. Definitely recommend. Even if it does get pretty laggy at parts. And also the game, oh, I did that wrong. The game started in 30 FPS, like a lock at 30 FPS, and I'm playing it with 60 FPS. So it's like the devs are probably aware that the game is going to have frame rate issues. my god. Physics. What are they? What is going on? Why am I just getting thrown? Ah, okay, gotta do it again. Oh my god. And that's gonna cost it, isn't it? Oh, no, I got it. Yeah, see, that's the sound that you hear. Pretend that didn't happen. Definitely has a few polish issues. I'll take that. See ya. I don't know, I never trust autosaves. Yeah, trying to prevent the camera from going through things is a lot more effort than people realize, because there's so many, like, what's it called, like, edge cases. Just weird situations where it's not as straightforward as, oh, just pull it closer to the player if it's about to go through a wall. The camera isn't completely no-clipped or whatever. Like, it does, to an extent, try to stop it. So they did put effort into that. It's pretty easy to make it not work as intended. Look at that pro move. You're about to get a bunch of pieces of metal thrown around your ear holes. Yeah, all the sound in general gets a lot louder in here, so I'm just gonna leave it rather than forgetting to put it back up after quieting it down. So here is this game's shrines. Shadow of Neve. Yeah, you like the whole 3D animation imitating 2D animation thing? Yeah, people are getting super creative with art direction in games these days. I think it really helps that, you know, the most popular game engines out there can create both 2D and 3D games, so it has everything set up so that you can potentially blend the elements together in interesting ways. Like, I really like seeing pixel art, but with some more complex looking, you know, PBR shaders to it, like where you're getting like specular masks and all those kinds of things, but applied to low resolution pixel art. Like a good example of that is, what was it, Legend of Dungeon? Anyone remembers that game? I don't know if people still play it, but that did a lot of that, like real-time lights and shadows with interesting like specular and normal maps and all that applied to pixel art. Okay, where's my next battery? Over there? Down here. Ah. Yeah, Valheim is like that too. Even though that is a 3D game, but it's trying to use like lower res textures and stuff. I feel like, kind of like with this game, it's more so in Valheim where you really lose how good the game looks when looking at it through a stream. Because on a stream in Valheim, all the textures just look blurry and low res, but when you're in the game, you can get a better sense of that it has like crisp pixels. This looks like the Astroneer logo. Thanks for the follow, Scoochin. Is that Spanish? Escucha? Escúchame. To listen? Or like Escuchin would be like they listen? I don't know. I know it's not spelled that way, but... kind of Spanish, but just a funny word. True. So part of the challenge here is that I cannot throw the batteries up. I can only throw them forward. So you're probably wondering, why don't I just throw it up over the platform? But it's like more rigid than that. That was magical. Okay. Definitely not like that one shrine in Breath of the Wild Great Plateau. Yeah, the game is absolutely influenced by VOTW. How can I get that one up here? Am I missing one? Yeah, if you're just seeing this game for the first time, you should definitely scrub through previous VODs and stuff, because there's a lot of really different looking areas. The whole game doesn't look just like this. Each region has its own like color palettes and levels of detail, and it's all such an amazing looking game. I'm, I don't know, like 16 or so hours in. There's definitely more stuff happening up above. I don't know if it's worth taking the time to try to get all that. Or maybe I'll end up there anyway. We'll see. Ah, yes. Please raise my security level. Hello, Serene. You have unread messages, Sable. Here we go. Additional lore that has to do with the past of how this world was formed. I find myself tapping my foot in anticipation as I start up the workstation. At long-range communication are still being disrupted by the Perpetual. Officer Ellis wishes to return her attention to shielding the reactors from its interference. Permission? Granted. Serene, I want you to stick with the comms array and see if you can squeeze something out without it being bounced back. Yes, Captain. Well, we might as well get the terraformers up and running then, right? Deacon, if you don't shut up about the terraformers, he lets it hang in the air, but goes on before you can finish what I can only assume would be a very pointed threat. If you hadn't been running your mouth, we'd still be in orbit negotiating a landing with this god-forsaken planet. We can't even breathe the air out there, and all the more reason to start terraforming now. What is your point, Captain? Deacon, listen to me. We can't. The landing was hell on those things. Their rad shielding is beyond repair now. If we run these things, they'll pump radiation into the atmosphere for 100 years. That's Earth years. It's not an option for us, Deacon. Then maybe don't do it for us. Maybe we don't do it for us. The recording goes silent. No unread messages. So they're about to do something risky, I guess? This is all in the past. You didn't raise my clearance level! I want to get the special bike parts! I don't even know how I would get up there. Because you can't climb metal walls. Oh, that almost worked. Damn it. Doesn't seem like that's the intended way. I won't invest too much more time into this. So I want to get moving. just gonna have to ignore the extras for now. Bike's being lazy again. Okay, so I'll check out what this is. And I'll look for where to use these keys, which apparently is in this main central region. This area I'm going to looks really badass. Has like a storm on top of it at all times. I have a music bug. I have two songs playing at the same time. Okay, just to... There. I'm going to restart the game just to fix the music bug, because I really like the way these areas look and I don't want it to be all like messed up. Okay, we don't... Like you can hear the song is actually still playing now on the main menu and it shouldn't be. Going back in. Do, 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 do. Alright. And my frame rate is back. My 60 FPS. Whoa, there's like giant robots or statues. Whoa. Suddenly daytime. I feel like there's probably a quest that directs me to go here, so if I'm here out of order, probably isn't going to be anything to do other than just enjoy the way it looks. Damn it. Crystals like come out of those things? don't think there's like anywhere to go here. And in the shadow of the Colossus. God damn it. Camera, please. Okay, well, let's see where else. Okay, I've gotten the key for this place. This place. Here as well. Right there. That's where it was. Might have gotten it for there. Got that one. Maybe I have all of them. Five. So 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, so I'm missing 1. I think there should be 6. Did I get this one? Oh yeah, I did. Oh yeah, if people haven't, who are just tuning in now, here's how different the color palette can be depending on regions you go in. Like, look how vibrant this is compared to where I just was. See if I got this one. There is the tower. Here it is. Yeah, Orange Peel Desert. way harder to spot the tower here. Well, I'll just go north. So what I'll do is I'll try to figure out what to do with these keys, and then I'll go to the end game quest. Oh god. Here's the sound. That might have been the one for the Badland region. Yeah, the clue I was given about them is that it's a place I have to go to within this middle region, which I'll take a look at in a second. I'm trying to get the last key, which I think must be in this area. I have 5 of them, and I think there's 6. If each region has 1. Man, being a scout trooper in Star Wars would be a lot like this. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I'm gonna hit every tree. Still don't have clearance for that one. So this map on the wall, this chart, I can't figure out if that's related to the keys or if it's related to these console hologram things, because it's 3 of 6. I don't feel like I've missed that many ships. I got that one. I got one here. I don't remember what this is. Oh, I didn't do this one. Hmm. Oh great, and my bikes spawn underground? I think it did. That's cool. Oh, thank you for the follow. Okay, Maydog. Or Okame Dog. No. Yeah. Alright, well, I guess we don't use that spot. I wish I could remember where this one was. If I even did it or not. Oh wait, there it is. Or is it? Yeah. My favorite tracks in the game playing right now. And I don't want to interrupt the song. Now to figure out what to do with all the keys. This area seems kind of suspicious because there were hidden worms there, but it is not a place that's marked on the map. Uh-oh. Then after I figure this out, I will do the final part of the game. Feliz Navidad. It's not Christmas. Oh, it's because I found the ring. Ah. Wait, this is just the Chum Palace, isn't it? No? That's over here. Oh, how have I missed this? Doesn't seem like there's anything else here. Ooh, cool sunrise. Keep hearing that noise. Well, what I'm gonna do, I'll look it up myself and just sort of nudge my way through. Just so I don't know, I'll just see what I don't want this to go on too long. Hycaric. Reading a thread. Oh, okay. Alright. Managed to get a hint that didn't completely spoil. Wait a minute. Huh. Not sure if I have the right region. Yeah, I was looking at the Reddit thread about it. Because the thread says to look in the Badlands. Oops. Which I thought the Badlands was this region down here. But, wait, this is all one region, maybe? Maybe it is. It just looks so different, I thought it might have been its own thing. But I do see that the color is consistent across it. It's just like a thing that changes a bunch. Not explaining that very well. I'm already going the wrong way. It's supposed to be a shrine of some kind out here. But I'm not seeing it. And it... Because this seemed really... God. This seemed like it could have been it. Because it's just a tower that's not marked on the map. And it's a similar color to the previous things. And it doesn't really have any purpose. But I don't... It's not really a shrine. I can't interact with anything here. I wonder if they're talking about this spot. And not up here. Let me try here. Wait, why did it put me here? Is that not labeled properly on the map? This is the cartographer balloon where I should be right now, but it says that it's over here. That's confusing. Weird. Just says a shrine east of the cartographer's balloon in the Badlands. I can't believe how they don't have a thing as simple as just labeling the regions on your map. So it's... I always have to guess, and I keep forgetting which region is what. Okay, here's looking at a guide that has pictures. Oh! Okay. So it was in a different place than I thought. So Badlands is the area with the really, really tall, skinny cliffs where I am right now. And the shrine is way over on some cliffs. That was loud. Oh god, these stupid markers. Go away. So it's like right here. Should have known that area looks suspicious. What's actually going to be faster, I think, to just go here instead. Unless it's way up high. Great, I have a feeling it's way up high. Or not. Ooh, this is cool. Definitely didn't come across this on my own before. It's even called Mysterious Shrine. There we go. Someone here. Every time I meet another machinist, my mind wanders back to Sizo. I wonder if she's hearing through my travels, through whatever network connections their guild. Or whatever network connects their guild. I wonder if she's proud. I think of her now as I greet this stranger. Oh, I love meeting gliders. Come here, come here. What's your name? I approach, tell her that I'm Sable. Sable sounds a lot like table. You get that a lot? I don't. I tell her I don't get that a lot. Well, you're on your you're on your gliding. More people you meet, the more will say it to you. I suppose she's potentially right. And I'm fear. Sounds a lot like sheer, doesn't it? Sounds like sheer, too. She looks thoughtful. I mean, I guess. Anyway, I didn't call you over to talk rhymes. I called you over to show you something you're going to love. I'm pretty deep into historical stuff. Ruins, old-timey ships, the old books, all the monumentalist leftovers, you know? I nod. Well, recently I've deciphered a few monumentalist texts which point to some sort of synergistic structures positioned all across the world, in all different deserts. What do you mean, synergistic? I mean that the text suggests they're responsive. More than simply statues or slabs of rock or whatever they form, the text suggests they record data, or somehow interact with people. But I think it's something else, something way more fun. I asked what she thinks they are. I think they're a game. See, we have this thing, everybody does, where we look at the past and we assume they were all work and no play, because as we see, all that persists is their labor. Ships and logs and tools and things. But fun is ephemeral. Jokes disappear. Doodles get lost while art survives. So we lose it all and we go on assuming they never had any fun. So if you got the time and the inclination, Glider, I recommend you keep your eyes open for monumentalist architecture that seems suspicious or strange and responsive somehow. I'd say a glider on a bike's the perfect person to test my theory if you're up for it. I'll do my best. Good, thank you. I'll try to keep deciphering my records. Report back when what you find, please. And if you sort out the game, I hope you enjoy it. I tell her I will. Great, thanks, Sable, and good luck. Well, I'll have you know. The ring-shaped artifact I found looks like it would fit in this pedestal. Insert the ring. I place the ring in the slot. It's happening. I wish there was like mysterious atmospheric sounds in here instead of the regular music. The regular old twang. Here it goes. Come back. Your lifesaver, Sable. That's all the inscriptions. The first two suggest they might be instructions to build something, I think, but the third part seems to be where all the good stuff is. I asked what she means by good stuff. The why and the what of it all. Why are we building this? And what are we building? I suspect that this is a bit of a treasure hunt, and you're meant to make your own prize. In which case, part of the game is solving the third clue. So I think your work is done for now, and mine begins. Give me a few days, Sable. I reckon I can crack this soon. Tell Fear I'm keen to see what she comes up with, and we should say goodbye for now. A few days? Oh, come on. Can I, like, push her? Go faster? Go faster. But it sounds kind of exciting. I'm gonna build something. Where are you going? Where are you going? I wish they would have made it so sitting down actually would speed up time. Oh, great. So... don't think there's any method in this game to speed time up. I really just gonna have to sit here and wait? I don't know how long a day is in here. I haven't really been timing stuff. Kind of feels like it's, I don't know, like 15 minutes or something. I wonder if fast traveling progresses time. See, it was 7 p.m. So what if I like go over here and check this thing out? Well, it's 20 now. Stutter, stutter. Oh god, it's really bad. Kill time because it's killing me, right. I'm trying to get it to the bike to fly upward so I can get a big head start, because I don't think I have enough stamina to climb this. No, definitely not. And it looks like there's something in it. It's too vertical of an incline to make any progress. nothing tall around it either. How many eggs do I have? Oh, I need 6 more. Oh, there we go. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. Uh-oh, maybe not perfect. Oh no, are you kidding me? No, oh my god. Unbelievable. So glad there isn't, not able to damage your bike. Great, this is gonna be not quite enough, isn't it? Yeah. Wow. Way to be infuriating. Well, just gotta do this for 3 days. A cool sound. It'd be so hard to actively find the chum eggs. I mean, maybe someone online has charted them all. I know there's at least one at the shrine that I never got because it was way out of my range. Or at the Chum Palace. Oh my god. Please, game, have forgiveness. Oh, maybe I can launch over this slope. my stamina back? Okay. No. Let's see, which edge is the shortest distance? I think this side, maybe? It's so hard to keep the camera stable. Oh, daytime. Unbelievable. So when you look at this on the map, there's like a hole in the middle of it. What does a climber's mask do? None of the things you wear seem to modify your behavior. Seems that only the bike mods actually change the gameplay. Boy, I'm sure this is fun to watch. Ooh. Okay, this is the best yet. Still doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. Come on. I guess we'll come back to this. This is so stupid. Because I missed this. Alright, let's see. West. Enthralling. Now the sound of metal bike crashing into stone wall probably isn't very relaxing. Oh, I've never been to this. This is new. The worm. Oh, this is what they were talking about. Well, here's something to do. Also, hello, Cherenkov Rads. It sounds somewhat Slavic of sorts. Oh my god. Derived from Cherenkov electromagnetic radiation. Oh, nice. I can't remember for sure, like when I was reading a lot about nuclear energy and the units that are used and all that, that for a while, or not just energy, but like radiation and such, but like for a while, Soviet nations used their own separate unit of radioactivity compared to the rest of the world, and then I think eventually in modern times we started agreeing on one unit. I always forget what it is. I've heard of so many different ways of measuring radiation, I always forget the terms. It's cool. I mean, either way, it sounds like a really awesome term. Sorry, birds. Wow. Oh, jeez. Well, there you can kind of see the top of the thing I was trying to get in over there. What a view. doubt this is going to be high enough to reach. Oops. I'm already too low. Actually, you might be able to climb this red pillar thing here on the side. It's hard to sense depth. Pardon my nasally sound of my voice. Allergies being a jerk. Whoever came up with allergies should be ashamed. Because it's like a... the whole idea of it is that it's your immune system incorrectly reacting to something. It's like it deems something as a threat that isn't a threat. Because, like, I have allergies to cats, which sucks because I like animals a lot. And, like, everybody I know has a cat, so I get to deal with that. Especially on, like, dating apps and stuff. When I meet people, it's like every nerdy girl out there has a cat. So I absolutely can't put owning a cat as a deal breaker because I would literally have no choices left. So I just have to deal with it. Luckily, my allergies aren't severe with cats. It's just I'll be stuffed up all the time. And I can take allergy medication, but it makes me so drowsy, so I don't want to just always be stumbling around and tired. But I did date someone for a while that had a cat, and I even babysat the cat for a while, so it's like, as long as I'm not, like, touching the cat and then touching my face or like inhaling heavily, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. This isn't gonna be enough. Yeah, I know there's hypoallergenic cats, but it's like... Oh, also, I think I might have made it up here. I've never been around a hypoallergenic cat before, so I don't know if it works for me. Oh my god, game. Are you serious? Ah, man, fuck this thing so much. I actually think Sphinx cats are cute. I know people are like, ew, hairless cat, but like, I think they look cool. I think animals that are just sort of weird looking, that are usually not liked, I just automatically like them. So I think it's relatable. So I'm weird and weird looking, weird behavior. So it's like, hey, weird animals, we have a lot in common. Wait, this isn't a place I can fast travel to? That sucks. Oh, okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. What about centipede cat? That would probably be cool. Something's wrong with the fast travel. It's like this fast travel thing is not on the spot. Like this is the worm thing, but the point is over here. And it spawned me over here. Like misplaced fast travel things. So an important but kind of dumb detail I read about unlocking the special bike parts is that you have to be sure to leave the door unlocked. So even if you go in, talk to the hologram person, it doesn't mean that it's going to count towards the bigger thing. So you have to make sure you don't accidentally undo the puzzle before you leave. Now this should be an easier puzzle than some of the last few, because this is earlier in the progression of things. Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ, why am I struggling? Okay. Wonder if people speed run this game? I don't know. I don't know if it has that big of a reach. Okay. Well, we're trying to get to that door. Oh, I should have left. Those rotating, shoot. Yeah, it's only like a week old, this game. Depending on how Book of Travels goes, it is an MMO, but it's a exploration-focused MMO. And it has some of its own like interesting form of progression and stuff like that. But it gets popular enough and things work out, might be able to just have like a crew of explorers, like you all could join me. We could do stuff. A lot of the game is kept pretty secret, so you don't really know a whole lot about what goes on in it. Have some metal in your ears. Game is called Book of Travels. It has like a hand-painted look to it. I think all the art for it was done on paper. It's a really beautiful game. It releases in early access on the 10th. But the Kickstarter backers, I think they have access to it right now, but I heard they're having some server problems, so it might have a few days. Oh, hello there, Grand. Fancy seeing you here. Security clearance updated, yeah! Hey, wonder if I bike upgrade, if I can make it up that stupid, like, tower thing. Alright, here is additional lore. Text on a screen remains a mystery, but this time I barely look at it. If it's lost to me, then so be it. I want to hear more. This time Captain Singh sounds different. Older? Up and running for 15 local years. I think that's about 20 Earth time. Radiation levels are approaching critical and only rising. Between that and the lack of breathable air, even our children's children will need protective gear to do so much as walk between ships. Deacon finally gave up the ghost last week. Age, nothing more, just time. We've been lucky that way, I think. Guy never gave up on a corporate rescue mission. I'll give him that. It's stupid. Even if they were floating around up here, they have no way of getting down here. At least as far as I know. That stuff in the atmosphere, who knows? Singh pauses for a moment and sighs to himself. Serene, I'll be shutting down your primary functions in order to preserve power. You'll be booted up once every few years and they'll try to send some kind of long-range comms. But that's a job I leave to future generations. But this way, you'll have enough power to sustain yourself for a few hundred spins around this star. Hell, maybe even more if anybody can figure you out. There's a break. And I think it's over, but I'm sorry things ended up this way. I had hoped better for us than to be stranded on a planet that wants to kill us, but won't let us leave. Maybe you'll be able to make sense of this one day. If anyone asks, in whatever century, tell them I tried my best. Now I need to go take care of my people. For what it's worth, sir, I quite like the masks. Singh laughs, and it's sad but sweet. Thank you, Serene. Thank you for being here. Goodbye. The recording shuts off abruptly, leaving me wondering. Take a minute to collect my thoughts, and then I say goodbye too. No unread messages. Huh. So, that final message, I wonder... That does kind of confirm that this is the planet where they crash landed. I mean, if it wasn't obvious that there's crashed ships everywhere, and in fact I'm inside one right now, kind of makes me want to go back to the map of the solar system, because that was like a massive lore dump all in one spot, pretty early in the game. Okay, now I have to make sure to leave this door unlocked, which actually you can't lock it anyway. So, I will go to the whale. The song about a whale. No! The song about being happy. That's right. I hope the bike upgrade is just like absurdly overpowered. Where you could just fly. Whoa. I can't remember where the door is. Oh god, oh god, okay. Well, that's a window, that's why, oh my god. At night it's hard to tell that those are windows. I always forget how to get in this door. And it's still locked. Game, please. Please. But I've done all the ships. Did I just, like, leave their doors open? One. Two. Three. Oh wait, no, this one doesn't. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I really have to go back to them all and make sure they're all unlocked? Game, please. Well, let me see if for some reason the mysterious shrine is ready. I have the music glitch again too. Dungeon music is still playing even though I'm not in a dungeon. Well, ship. Already done yet? Still working? God, you suck. Come on, game. Did the quest really tell me to check on her? Wait, she is trying to want to investigate in script. A few days, yeah. God, these feel like so long ago. This was like multiple streams ago. Missing. Maybe I never finished this one. Maybe the game wasn't lying after all. Oh, that's right. This one got glitchy. Because look, I'm supposed to bring the battery up here to open this door, but some reason the door was already open. even know where to begin. I don't even understand what's going on in this one. Did I play Shelter or Meadow? I played the first Shelter game. I didn't play the later ones. I played the one where you had, like, whatever their first game was. Oh, wait, no? I don't get this. Oh, there's a button up there. Well, how do I get up there, though? I hope this isn't permanently glitched or something. I think the button probably lowers the platform so that you can propel yourself through it. How do I get up there? If I run in the direction of the side of the bridge, can you go around it? It might fling me too hard to get up there. I mean, it's the only thing I have to try, so let's see. Oh, well, there we go. That was a good thought. Oh, you go up the ladder and around, that's how you get here. Okay. There, yeah, that slides that over. Now watch as putting this in locks the door instead of unlock. All right. One more. And I read online that the place that's called the Cube, this one, does not count as a regular ship. Check this one. The Dune Boy! No, the Dun Boy. Did I not even do this one? Looks suspiciously like I didn't. Wait, I remember this. Wish this lighting would decide if it wants to be bright or dark. Watch as I accidentally glitch the battery through the floor. This becomes permanently unsolvable. That door needs to settle down. Confused. I mean, how do I get the batteries into the other room? I throw them to the door. You can't throw things upwards. Here, like... That's like as high as you can throw. I don't know if I can, like... God, I'm scared about trying to throw right next to a wall because it'll just fall into the void. Well, maybe I can just work with the one that I have here. Oh, wait, I think I know what's going on. Oh, wait, what? There's apparently a battery in here, but it's not... Wow, okay. I don't think this was the first puzzle. It's kind of hard to say which is, what order things are in, because you can, as soon as the game lets you out of the tutorial area, you can just go anywhere, for the most part. Okay, well that was easy, I guess. So easy I had to think about it for 30 minutes. Okay. Now I should be able to get the upgrade. And I'm gonna have to restart the game at some point here to stop the music glitch. Definitely before I play the last quest. But these two final things, which of course took way longer than I thought they would, they seem pretty big. Getting the final upgraded parts and also the secret thing. Please tell me this is actually open. God damn it. Okay, maybe I have to talk to them again. Okay. I'm beginning to understand. Serene trails off an edge of doubt, betraying their otherwise emotionless figure. You now have full clearance, Sable, granting you complete access to the whale facility. The bike in the chamber looks shiny and new despite it being ancient. I asked Serene if it's really ready for me. Yes, Sable, there is nothing stopping me from granting you full access to my facilities. Please, avail yourself of this transport device. I assure Serene that I will use it to come visit as often as I can. I say farewell to Serene. Imagine somebody that you like one day says, I have authorized, or I've given you authorization to full access to my facilities. Here it is. Whale ship bike. Oh, perfectly preserved in the whale. The front of this bike is made from familiar looking metals, molded with precision impossible for humans to replicate. An inaudible vibrating hum emanates from the sleek surface of this part when you put your hands on it. It feels alive to every subtle movement made by the driver. So now... go to... is here. I'm gonna be 100% whale. It's almost daytime too, so I'll be able to see what it looks like in regular colors. And what do you know, the whale parts are actually worse than my regular setup. Only thing is it has slightly better max speed. Everything else is much lower. But super high acceleration is important if you're trying to like get into places you're not supposed to. Well, either way, I'll just see what it looks like at least. It's like you have all these different paint jobs though too. So you don't know like what its intended appearance is supposed to be. I guess you can kind of look at the icon. Cool. And I crash it. Sound it makes is pretty cool. Well, I like how it transforms. Crash. want to see what it looks like in sunlight before check in on the mysterious thing. And also, yeah, the donut thing, I guess I could try again. It's probably my favorite looking bike, though. I like this older mechanical look to it. I like the way it sounds, too. See if I can get a paint job that matches the whale costume I'm wearing. That's too orange. Yeah, it's too much. Need to go with more of a... God damn it. More of sandy white. The dungeon music's still playing in the background. No, that's too sandy. Blue, white, and orange. Nothing quite matches it. This is so clumsy as I smack into everything. Well... For gameplay purposes, I'm just gonna have to go back to my other thing that has insane acceleration. Insane acceleration. True, I could try mixing the stats up. But it's kind of confusing because I don't know how much each part contributes. It's acting like the full set will have that stat. Like if I do that... Would have been a lot more intuitive if each piece only affected one stat. Like the max speed was the front, and the acceleration was the engine, and then the handling is the back or something, but instead it's like a mixture. I'm just gonna go with this, because like acceleration seems to be the most important. God. I don't remember which paint I used previously. I think it was all... I'll just use that for everything. I'm wasting too much time. This is kind of a cool combination. Yeah, I like this. Okay. Now... I'm guessing this annoyingly long wait still isn't ready. It's just like 3 days? Why not just 1 day or a few hours? Like, this isn't very fun. Oh, wait. All but leaps with excitement. Sable, I've been waiting for you. I decoded the final inscription. I better not have to wait anymore. You're right, it was a game, a race, and you completed it exactly as intended. You know what that means? I'm really fast. Well, I mean, technically it's not a measure of speed, it's more about completion, but I'm sure Simoon carried you quickly. I forgot my bike's name is Simoon. It barely registers with me that she uses Simoon despite never being introduced, and I don't get a chance to bring it up before she's going on. There's a prize, a real one. Once you complete the race, the pillars reveal the text. Translate the text and you get bike parts, incredible ones, older in their design than any I've ever seen, but perfectly elegant. You must try them, Sable, you must. Oh. Icaric ring bike. Well, we got more bike parts. I can fit the parts onto your own bike if you'd like to ride it now. Yes, please. Let's take a look. Oh, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. And the stats are worse than my base bike. Come on, game. I'll use the paint job that it's supposed to have. Maybe it'll have a surprise. This bike, Fear shakes her head and shrugs, but it's in the nice way. The way you do at something so grand and so beautifully awe-inspiring that you can't help but feel small and sort of casually useless in its shadow. This bike is wonderful. I tell her I agree and thank her for the opportunity to ride an ancient race. I also explained that in playing their old game, I felt more connected to the past than I did hearing the drier bits of history. That's great, I mean it, that's... I don't know if it's just a romantic or something, but I always have such a hard time connecting to the past without connecting to the people. Strange for a machinist, isn't it? Think about it. I suppose it is strange for a machinist somehow, but I find it comforting too. There really is room for all kinds behind all masks. I want you to keep the bike and bring it into a new era. Let's see how the world changed while it was sleeping. I don't ride much myself nowadays, but it'll be in good hands with you. And I get to be smug around other machinists, which is all the reward I really need. I thank Fear for her skill and generosity and Hannah. Well, it certainly looks cool, but... Huh. I like the sound. I was hoping it would be like a special bike that's capable of like straight up flying or something. That noise again. That's one sound I still don't know what that's supposed to be. Yeah, what if it has other uses beyond just riding it? I don't know. The only part that affects the sound is the engine on the back. Let me try something with it though. I wonder if it does anything when I go to one of those things. Go back to Dune Boy. Darn. It'd be cool if, like, if you go through here, if it would just, like, slingshot you to the end of the world. You can even go a step further and do, oh my god, I have so many clothings. Oh, I don't have any kind of mask that matches. Full ancient. I like the sounds. That's... Wait, why is it doing that? Alright, well, we did that. Guess there's nothing left than to... Well, first of all, restart the game because of the music glitch, and then I'll finish the game. I'm gonna go back to my regular, absurdly speedy bike. Alright. So. Saving the game. Gonna restart. And then I'll just get a drink of water. And then shall finish the game. Also in before the final quest is like hours left. Excuse me. Christine? Let's see. Yeah, it's right what you said. Like maybe each of the like special endgame bikes are really good in one particular area. So if you combine them a certain way, you get an even better bike. It's possible. And apparently this is on Game Pass right now. Yeah, I don't entirely know how that system works, but if you have that, I've heard you can just like play this for quote-unquote free, and it's also on Steam. Alright, here we go. Time to head back home. Southeast. To hear that sound one last time. Oh God. Okay, south. I'm actually kind of glad that some of those really ominous sounds play in the distance like that. So when you're new to the game and you hear that, you're like, oh my god, something serious is happening. I can't wait to figure out what that's about. Until you later realize that it's just a glitch. But before I realized it was a glitch, it was cool. It made me excited for what was going to happen. Reminds me of the distant thumping that you hear in Fallout New Vegas. Someone wrote a creepypasta about it. I love stuff like that. I really like it when people take some kind of obscure part of a game and just write like a really in-depth theory about what it could be. And we're back to where it all began. Is there any fighting in this game? Nope. It's all adventure, puzzle solving, enjoying the sights and sounds. Is that original bike? Game looks really cool. Oh, looks like they could add stuff. You think they will? Well, the game was released a week ago, and it's made by, I think, 2 people. It's very possible. It's so early in the game's life, it's hard to say for sure. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The Ibex camp draws closer. The imagined threshold between home and gliding is palpable. That was a weird transition. It reminds me of coming in from a sandstorm, so fierce that the grains have whipped through the air and through your clothes. You peel off the layers of sand between fabric and marvel at the dust in your skin, the bits that manage to get through despite every precaution. And though you feel so grateful to be home, so comforted by the safety of the indoors, you can't help but smile, nostalgic, as you wash the sand away. What an adventure you've had, and it was only for you. Am I ready to choose my mask now? There's no going back if I do. Right, they said I would have to make a final decision. And the dialogue option that I didn't choose was, how do I know which mask to pick? So I could look this up and be like, okay, which is the best one? But I'll just choose whatever feels right, 'cause that's what the developers wanted. I think I'm ready, but am I really ready? Definitely ready. Yes, enough doubt. I know what I want, and it's time to make my choice. Already screenshot. And have a ceremony. Alright, here comes a lot of reading. Let me go get some water. Also need a thumbnail, so... God, I want a free cam. Okay. I don't remember any of these people, or what significance any of them had, but let's pretend. Ilaria, hey Sable. It's strange how children change so much over a short period. Ilaria is grown. But you'll always be a child to me. I did a lot of climbing out there. Oh, how high did you go? Did you touch a cloud? If I had a gliding stone, I would definitely touch a cloud. I reveal that I got the climbing mask. Ilaria seems to vibrate with excitement and jealousy. I can't believe it. You have to choose it. You will choose it, right? I mean, why wouldn't you? That would just be silly. I don't think I'll get a word in here, so I just let Ilaria effusively speak at me for a while, enjoying her passion for something so particular. Being a climber is a pretty solitary existence for the most part, mostly foraging for things that grow in higher places, or grow in the higher climbs, fixing or salvaging from ships in high places. With the sights you see, the places you get to go, it'll be like a continual gliding at times. Will I be comfortable at those heights without the gliding stone? You've grown. Ilaria subconsciously stands a little taller and prouder as I say the words. I can't help but smile, remembering all the times adults would say, "Oh, how you've grown," to me as a child. Well, you've not grown at all. I haven't just grown, I can climb way higher now too. Zeki hates it, it's great. Not all growth is external. It feels like a hollow defensive statement, but it's also true. Ilaria doesn't look convinced. Saima will leave for her gliding soon, but at least you'll be back now. I don't have the heart to tell her that I might not stay with the Abexi. There's still time to decide, so I hold back. Zeki, my child, welcome home. Have you been taking care of yourself? You look rather bony. Are you well? Well, we did do a lot of chumming, so that would make... I chame like 4 times. Zeki fusses over me. We would always look for reasons to care. She would always look for reasons to care for us. That's no good at all. Not at all. We'll have to fix you up with some Jadi's lamb stew. I'm involuntarily salivating at the thought. It's good to be back. Where have you been? After you left, we headed to some older Ibexi campsites, places we used before you were born. Going back, it was beautiful. The land flourishes when you leave it for so long, each place transformed with life and abundant with things to forage since we were last there. Once we leave the Aware, we will not be coming back for a long time. It needs time to recover from nourishing us. Best of luck, Sable. Hello. Oh, Sable, it's so good to have you home. I've thought about you so much, just imagining all the excitement. Every time we passed a cliffside, I thought, I bet Sable is just hovering everywhere. What do you think of the climber's mask? I asked Halal what they think of the climber's mask. They light up straight away, which I think I should have expected. A brilliant mask. There's a lot of really good masks, obviously, but climbing? If you ask me, the worst part of the gliding's end is losing the perpetual stone. To hover forever, to fear nothing from heights or falls, that is an uncommon freedom, and you have to let it go. To me, climbing is the closest thing one gets to keeping that connection between oneself and the perpetual. Just as the stone, it banishes fear and risk, lets you explore the world's greatest vertical spaces with knowledge and fortitude. I think it's a great mask, and probably would have been my choice had I not fallen so much in love with the Ibexi. I thank Halal for their thoughts, and again for the stone they gave me so long ago. Have you heard of Lore the Fabulist? I asked Halal if they've heard of Lore the Fabulist. Oh, of course I have. Not much for travel, you know, but not 2 years ago I made a special trip to Ekria just to see her. Why? I tell Halal I met her out in the desert and that we spent a whole evening talking about life, and poetry. I add that I think I may have inspired some original work. That's amazing. So, you think, sorry, I'm so excited. So you think it's possible that next time I see Lore, she might actually read a poem that you inspired? I say yes, that is quite possible. Now that is gliding. Who cares what mask you choose? You have to hover around the world. You got to hover around the world, and you inspired Lore the Fabulist to write a new poem. If I were you, I'd put my retirement mask because I'd be done. We laugh together, and it feels really, really good. Umar, welcome back. I don't remember the last time I heard Umar speak, maybe to yell a warning, but never to converse. It takes me a moment to think of something to reply. How have you been? Umar shrugs silently. I think that's all I'm going to get from him on that. Did you miss me? He emits a low grunt to what sounds like a chuckle. I think that means he missed me. Umar bows his head slightly. Being back with the Ibexi is more comfortable than I expected. I thought the gliding would change every part of me, and that I would come home different. Perhaps more mature, more jaded, or at least able to grasp more of Driss's jokes or Halal's poetry. The actual change is more subtle, and it's that, somehow, despite spending so much time discovering the world beyond, I've never felt more like a part of this clan. And it isn't about being Ibexi, or which mask I ultimately choose, it's simply that I no longer feel so behind everyone, or like they know some grown-up secret I yearn to understand. I feel embraced, wholly as the person I am. Sable. So now you've heard your stories, or at least the ones you're happy to tell. That means it's nearly time now. Jadi's sigh is contented. I suspect that she was more concerned with my experience of the gliding than the grand choice at its end. For that I am grateful. Are you ready to choose? Was that everybody? No, I didn't talk to everyone yet. Am I? Alright. Okay, a few more. Hello, Sable. Is there something I want to discuss with Driss? How's the clan been? I asked Driss how it's been managing the clan while I was gone. Chaotic as ever, which I think you should be pretty happy about. I asked Driss why he thinks I'd want that for him. Because it means it wasn't you. It wasn't me. I mean that you left on your gliding and things stayed exactly as chaotic as they've always been. Which means I opt not to suggest that it means Driss himself is so scattered that everything will always feel chaotic. I really have matured. You're not the problem. How nice for me. Thinking about choosing the Scrapper's Mask. Scrapper's Mask? You really? I'll tell you, Sable, I wouldn't have pegged you for it. Wait, you did? But you've always had quite the imagination, haven't you? More of an inner monologue. Yes, well, I think that's a good trait for a scrapper. You need to be able to see the beauty in the scraps, you know? And that takes a very creative brain. I think a lot of folks see scrappers and think they're just rubbish pickers, you know? But if you can look at something old and dream up something new, then I think you've got it. And I'd support you every scrap of the way. I thank Driss for his advice. I'd like to relitigate the sandcutter incident. I asked Driss once and for all if on that fateful day of my gliding, he had actually forgotten to help with my bike, and if it's the test ride on the sandcutter was a sly cover-up. He cocks his head. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. I tell Driss that he knows very well what I'm talking about, but he shakes his head. No idea. I remember the whole bike thing going very smoothly. Plus, you took that sandcutter out and didn't even get a little bit on fire. Great stuff. But I did get it glitched behind a rock. I accept Driss's response. I suppose even the gliding cannot be the answer to all things. Couple more. Saima shrieks when she sees the calibrator in my hand and then bursts into tears under her mask. You'll leave. You'll leave on the gliding and you'll never come back. Just like Yara did. Don't you miss her too? You were her friend before she left. I miss her too. There's been a letter here and there, but it's always to us rather than to me. I'm not bitter, but I hope not to be like that. Please don't go. I tell Saima not to worry, that I'll be back sooner than she knows, and I'm sure she pouts behind the mask. And I add that if I am not back sooner than she knows, and she will be ready for her gliding by then, and she can come bother me herself. Promise? I say yes. Good, then I suppose I can come see you off. I thank her and say goodbye for now. I greet Saizo. How do you do, clan child? I talk about Samoon. How is your companion? I would have been lonely without Samoon. Of course, the desert can be a desolate and sparse place. Traveling with a partner is the only way to keep the mind at peace. If only real life were like that. Or possible. What will happen to Samoon now? Well, it's almost time for Saima's gliding. Samoon will likely accompany her across the dunes. I feel a pang of melancholy as I think about losing Samoon. It had to happen one day. Nobody truly owns a bike in the Avexi, but is merely accompanied by one. I'm grateful to have at least had the blessing. I met a lot of your machinist friends. I know this, and I hope they were good to you and to Samoon. I tell her they were, and she seems to take a bit of pride in that, which is rare to see in Samoon. Some really great machinists out there. I like them a lot. Do you think I should choose the machinist mask? I asked Saizo... I ask if Saizo thinks I ought to choose the machinist mask, that I might join her order. She crosses her arms and takes time to think. Some will tell you that the life of the machinist is lonely. Also, not much of a change. It isn't, but not only because we are assigned to clans who so often welcome us into their number. No, it's more. It's because we are never truly alone. As you were never truly alone on your gliding, you went with Simoon. I think of the moments where I sat looking at some map or hiding from some foul weather or trying to get over a sudden bout of very powerful homesickness, and Simoon gave a little hum that I could feel up through my legs. You have a very special bike, Sable. I nod along with Saizo. As you returned, I sat on the tower and heard Simoon's purr grow to a roar, and then the traces of those whose work has helped to give her shape. She speaks with many voices now, and that resonance. Saizo seems to shiver. It's why we do what we do. So if that appeals, then I can only recommend it. I thank Saizo for her counsel. I think that was everyone? Well. Uh-oh. Joystick stuck. So, Jotty. Is there something you want to discuss? Maybe I should choose the Ibex mask? Yeah, my bike was sentient. They talked a lot about that in the beginning, about how they have voices and how they talk to you, but that was never really brought up at any point in the story. When you talk to the machinists, they would talk about how bikes are talkative and things like that. But so maybe that's not something your character is supposed to perceive, but just the machinist clan, I guess. I tell Jotty, after everything, I'm thinking about choosing the Ibex mask and staying with the clan. You'd be welcome to stay with us. I know there's a lot of pressure to choose something else, so much that it sometimes feels boring to choose the very mask you started with. But all of us were gliders once, and certainly not all of us were Ibexi when we started. We are those who walk in hoof steps and seek our freedom in the desert. We know movement, the flow of migration, the joy of changing skies and shifting sands. We embrace different and celebrate connection all at once. I'm proud to be a Vexi, and you may be too. I thank Jotty for putting it so nicely. She leans in for a whisper. And if you aren't, you can still come to visit. I won't tell. Alright. I'm ready to choose. It's time to choose. I tell Jotty I'm ready. She nods. I won't keep you, Sable. If you know what you want, then all I desire is to learn what that is and celebrate it with you. I'm allowed to be excited too, aren't I? She chuckles. Whenever you're ready, proceed to the temple. Alright. Oops. What? Why is it... I'm trying to save. That's whack. Okay. No... Ah! Couldn't end it with at least one more glitch. Wait, where's the temple? Oh. And those three markers that I was never able to remove from the compass. I put them there during the tutorial and they were stuck there throughout the entire journey. I'll miss them. Well, I honestly have no idea what decisions you're actually making for this. Apparently, you can still keep playing the game and do the rest of the quests after this, but I don't know, like, am I actually having a big effect on my character? It was talking about, like, losing an ability? That was strange. I mean, I'm thinking of the machinist mask, just because I like the way it looks. I guarantee it. And I also think that I like mechanical stuff. So, fits me. All the masks I collected. Nice. Wow. How many I missed? Sorry, I'm sneezing. Ugh, because I had to blow my nose and now sneeze. Okay. Since these are damaged, I don't think... So this is one that I missed. So we got the Abexi mask, cartographer mask, the guard mask. Oh, the whale mask. Wait, there's two? Maybe I should go with the whale. Like, I don't know how this affects anything. The shade, I think it was called. Machinist. Climber. And scrapper. Well, I'd like to be a whale. Yeah, the ones I missed are the beetle mask, entertainer, and merchant, I think were the three. Well, because the whale character seems to play a big part in the history of this world and is like the most ancient, I guess? Maybe? Let's just see what it says. Atomic mask. On the downside, I may be a few hundred years too late for the job. But on the plus side, I look really good in it. Still, probably not enough to turn into a whole calling. Should I really choose this mask? Let me... Okay, I guess I gotta go through all of them. Do you want to choose the climber's mask? Can I imagine a life of such great heights? Is this glitched? Oh my god. Oh, come on. Let me select it. It's not let... Can I do this? Could I be a machinist? Do I want to choose the shade of a Kriya mask? The guard mask gazes out at me, and I remember Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Could I be a guard? Didn't think so. Do I want to choose the Ibex mask? Would I be happiest staying here with the Ibexi? No, didn't think so. Do I want to choose the cartographer mask? That's actually the scrapper mask that wasn't working. This is the ADHD one. Scrapper looks very similar. Oh my god. Game, please. Oh! Yes! Do I want to choose the scrapper mask? Could I see myself out there finding treasure amid the ruins? I'm really feeling the whale. And I don't know what this is going to affect either, so I'll just go with my heart. And I also saved before this, so I can go back and, like, check it out, presumably. Other options. You want to choose the atomic mask? On the downside, I may be a few hundred years too late for the job. But on the plus side, I look really good in it. Still, probably not enough to turn it into a whole calling. But I really choose this mask. Yes. Am I sure? Yes, I think so. I pick up the atomic mask. I guess I'll have to carve my own path. I'll figure out the details later. Ooh. That's a sudden cutoff. Sorry that was so loud, too, but it's a nice song. Are we going to hear the song in its entirety? So, did anything change? I got an achievement. See what happens if I continue. Yeah, just like the night and day cycles. Just goes... snap. Oh, it just puts me back here. With the shirt off for some reason. So, it doesn't actually have an effect on the game? Well, I guess that's that. Just to see if there's any difference, I'll fast travel first of all. Oh wait, I thought I saved right before the choice too. Shoot. Let's see if I can load that save. I don't think we need to see all the title stuff every time we go back to the title screen. All these are just files, not individual saves. Oh, it had me go... Oh, wait. Huh. Okay, I am just going to speed through everything. Okay. What happened to your face? I'm not gonna do every mask, I'm just gonna try one other one. Let me skip, please. But I really like how they have the world divided into these different ways of life. Yeah, if this was a bigger game, it'd be so cool if you could specialize in one sort of technique and then the game would change, or you'd have different paths to go down and actually sort of perform that sort of job. It always annoys me when a lot of games allude to that idea, but they just use it as like a plot device for the story. They don't actually have gameplay reinforce any alleged big decisions that you're making. Alright, we get to touch our bike again. foolish of me to think that ancient magical technology could have made you a better bike. I waited an entire day to get you covered in ancient ruins. Or runes. But ultimately, the speedy parts were the best parts. And I was thinking too, it's like there's no way they're gonna have it so that you're actually giving up the ability to have the floating power. How big do the big decisions you've already made seem to me? Yeah, there really hasn't been any choices to make. I guess when you think about it and you break it down to like gameplay, that really the only choices were to choose to collect certain items or be a part of certain events before the end of the game or not. And that affected the dialogue at the end because you would bring up certain quest lines to the people. And then of course, depending on what masks you collected, they would or wouldn't be present for this end sequence. A little bit brighter this time. Oh, you meant in real life? Well, that's a whole different question entirely. Alright, well, I'm gonna choose the machinist mask because that's the other one that I wore for most of the game. Could I be a machinist? Yes. I think Saizo of all the machine whisperers I've met along the way, they're so different, so unique and disparate, but bound by knowledge, clanhood, and some undefined connection to the world. I enjoyed the independence of the gliding, and equally I loved meeting new people across the desert, learning a little bit about them before going on my way. Certainly I loved Simoon, and every late night I spent huddled by her side. I loved the sound of her and the smoothness of her ride. I loved her sense of humor, which I suddenly realized I've never thought about before. And certainly I can't quite figure out why I've had this thought all of a sudden about a bike that has never made anything more than sounds. But I feel it. Or perhaps it's just the mask. Am I sure? Wait, so all of these have additional Okay. Let me go try a couple others. Like the beasts who gave our name, the Abexi are no strangers to heights nor to simple climbs. Too often one of us has had to chase a wandering ibex up a cliffside best we could, clinging to the little rocks below, calling hopefully up after it. But those sorts of climbs are different, and so practical as to be boring. The life of a climber, though, that's so much more. The gliding stone is a temporary gift. It's meant to be a protective... Whoa, look at this overflow. It's meant to be a protective shell to allow gliders to make a few mistakes, and they have a few accidents as they explore for the very first time. But what it also grants us is the ability to climb without fear, and to taste the triumph of a mountain well scaled and see the world in a new light. The desert is bigger than I could ever imagined, and while this has always seemed true across the horizon, seeing it stretch out before me from the top of a great cliff was another experience entirely. One that I'm not happy to give up with the stone. If I wear the mask of a climber, it's not simply so that I may help in all those tasks that require climbing, though of course I'll be happy to make it my duty. Rather, if I choose this mask, it's because the gliding has shown me what my heart desires, and I'm ready to do the work it makes to achieve it without help. I think that's what I want. Actually, perhaps not. Yeah, I did ram the bike into tens of thousands of walls. Okay. The greatest piece of knowledge I received in my gliding was not from any one person, but from all of them. And it was that there is no nobler task, and indeed nothing more vital in the world, than helping people. Beyond whatever machinations and economics maintain the careful balance and structure of our lives, support, kindness, and empathy must be at the core. The shade of Akria cuts everything else away. The shade seeks only the right wrongs and to help those who need it. They seek to change the world for the better by being better. They make a difference, a real, tangible one, and they live outside of everything else. Maz walked the path, and what's more, he did it with grace, until he found a new calling and was forced to put the shade aside. Perhaps I should pick it up? The guard mask gazes out at me as I remember Elisabeth. Could I be a guard? Elisabeth was dangerous and daring. She never showed me that side of herself. Not really, but for all her laughter and brightness, her self-effacing charm, it was obvious that she carried herself with a confidence I can only envy, and I know it was born of her work. I could easily imagine that Elisabeth had given many directions and gentle advice to weary travelers of Akria. I could see her walking children home, helping them find their caregivers or friends, or tending to a scraped knee, and I knew just by talking to her that she was well versed in speaking with reason and patience, helping before she hurts. But I also felt her power, in the things she was willing to do to keep her people safe. To be a guard, a good one must not care for violence nor conflict, but one must know that they are at times necessary to protect those who need it the most. There must be fierceness in the work, fierceness in the heart. Could I hold those two in balance, half as well as her? And if I can, then is that the path I wish to walk? Should I become a guard? I want a game about every one of these masks, please. I scaled some incredible heights as a glider, but imagine the thrill of navigating my own balloon, the sheer distances I would travel, the unique perspective I would get, looking down on people gliding through the desert like little beetles in the sands. I'm sure there are still many places to map, histories to uncover and notate, ancient cities not yet uncovered by the sands to survey, and unimaginable landscapes to discover. Despite this, not many people choose to become cartographers. You leave a lot behind when you're up in the clouds, I suppose. Think that's what I want? Alright, do this again. Maybe the scrapper's mask is the canon choice, because you have to have gained all of the knowledge about working around the weird glitchy quirks of the game in order to actually choose this mask. My God. Ah, I had it. Damn it. You gotta work for this one. Yes! Before I left on the gliding, there was so much I had never seen. Most of the people I'd spent any real time with were Ibexi, like me. And outside of that, it was travelers and short visits, trades, or fleeting moments of connection. My mind, before I left, was a blank slate. Now, from disparate moments and fleeting encounters and little friendships made across the sands, there was so much more in there. So many memories and ideas, little creativities, a whole made out of pieces. And what is a scrapper but one who can see the worth of every piece and make something from what looks at first to be nothing? I want to see the old things and the boring and turn them into inspiration. I want to see the forgotten bits of history and use them to inform the future. I want to sift the sand away and see what lies beneath. I think I want to be a scrapper. I'm actually going to choose this one because it took so much effort to select it that maybe I'll get an achievement that nobody else has because they didn't care to go through all the effort of doing this. So that's why I'm choosing this one. Even though my personal canon selection is the whale mask, but this is just the other one. I put on the mask of the scrapper and run my hands along its face. I remember the badges it used to be, and look forward to the life I'll make. Loud music incoming. And is done. I mean, they could have extended the ending sequence to be like just some you know, like shots going over the desert, kind of like a highlight reel, like, hey, remember this place? And you know, so we could listen to the rest of the song and not just cut it off like that. Okay. And they didn't say the game engine in the credits anymore. That's why I was watching it again. Just waiting for the song one last time. All right. Well, that's as much of Sable as I'm going to play unless they release some new thing or add-ons or anything like that. I think my total play time was almost exactly 20 hours. And I was taking my time and I didn't 100% the game, but I did get most of all of the content. I'm guessing I got through probably like 95% of it all. And that one child is still hiding somewhere, waiting to be found. I only found 2 of the 3. I lost patience to find the last child. Oh well. Well, maybe they'll be the villain of the next game. I guess my quick review. I mean, I've said how I felt about the game over and over again throughout the streams, but if for some reason someone's watching this VOD or the developers are watching recordings of playthroughs and they want to click to the end to see what the person's overall feeling of the game was, I'd say that overall I really enjoyed it. I've never seen a game that looks this way. It continually, I would walk into an area that I've already been to multiple times and it would still look amazing again. Like, oh, this game just looks so good. Like, that happens when I play, like, Grand Theft Auto 5 or something, where it's like, I keep forgetting just how good this game can look. And this game looked really good for a different reason. It's, like, very stylistic approach to everything. And I was surprised how well the art direction continued to look nice, even when I was in weird situations. Like, if something was really far away, you could still see the outlines of the city that was out there, and it was defined enough that I could tell what I was looking at. Like, sometimes heavily stylized games like this will reach their limits to where stuff will just start to look like ugly and incomprehensible. And largely, this game did a really good job of maintaining that style everywhere. Of course, you know, there were a few bugs with, like, the things that would, like the sky being the one that I never failed to miss every time it happened, where it just like clicks and suddenly it's day and then it's night. I wish they'd smooth that out, because I think it's important for like a gentle game like this to have a smooth transition from day to night like that. But once it does that sudden switch, it was really cool watching the colors go from saturated to desaturated. And interesting how there was no actual total darkness anywhere. Everything just became colorless. So like brightness was almost the same at every point in the game. It was just the colors shifting. And that's such an interesting challenge that they faced here with this kind of art direction. So visually, like, beautiful. Like, beyond the style with the black outlines and the Mobius inspired art, just like kind of the world that they've built here. I'm always a big fan of just like worn out futuristic technology. Definitely has that feeling of stuff that's been around for a long time, repurposing things, all the scrapping, these cool little isolated towns. You know, there's one, like the ones that were way up high in the air with all the birds, and then the one that's inside a skeleton, the one in the middle of like an oasis. cool variety between the towns. And the writing was really good. I mean, I'm not the best writing critic, but I actually enjoyed reading all the dialogue. For a lot of games, I'll start reading and be like, okay, it's not really worth reading all this. It was a nice balance where it gave it just enough personality that I wanted to know more and felt like reading it. They didn't just blast a wall of text at my face for something like, oh, by the way, here's the backstory, and then it's like a book scrolls by on the screen. That was a good balance. I mean, I didn't particularly feel for any of the characters. I had a really hard time remembering most of the names and pronouncing most of the names, but I feel like that's intentional because it's supposed to be like exotic. Like this is an unfamiliar world. But the drawback of that is I had a very hard time remembering who was who. So when a quest was like, oh, return to Sandblab or whatever, I'm like, who's that again? So I had to use the quest marker, find them. The physics on the vehicles got kind of wacky. It did at least present a little bit of a challenge, but largely none of the bike stats had that big of an effect on the gameplay. Sure, you would get somewhere slightly faster. Actually never had to use that special precision mode where it would let you make careful little movements on your bike. I mean, maybe there was something that, like a quest that I didn't do in this run that might use it. Never had they really used that feature though. It was just basically pedal to the metal the entire way, all the time. Uh, which, you know, clearly I ran into lots of things, but there was no punishment for running into things, which I think was good. It would have been frustrating to constantly crash into stuff and have to like, oh, you got to repair your bike, and now you got to walk because you're so bad at driving, or like that would have sucked. But everything's really just cosmetic. All the upgrades and stuff were just visual, but because I love the way the game looks, it felt like it was a worthy reward because I just wanted to see what else they could do. It's like, oh, that's cool. It's interesting approach to what this kind of character would look like. For a lot of people, that wouldn't be rewarding. Did I finish the game? Yes, I just finished it. Now I'm just kind of giving my review of it all. I did a bunch of extra stuff too. And then when it comes to the music, when the music was playing, I really enjoyed it. I I think I enjoyed the ambient sounds a lot more overall than when they'd actually have like a track come in with vocals and all of that. Those songs were cool too, but I think the parts that I like the most are the subtle ambient, like the Rhodes piano that would come in that one song, just very fitting to each area, or like the guitar would kick in desert area or whatever. Like I like the variety of music that would play as you went to different areas, just the subtlety of it. I wish there were more cases of that. There were so many times where I would go into a place that looked really ominous and important, and there was like no musical change. There was nothing really, heightening the tension. I was just there, and I was like, okay, I'm waiting for there to be some kind of musical complement to what I'm looking at, but it rarely ever came. There were only a couple cases where I felt like, oh yeah, there's the music to like drive home the feeling of this area. Could have just been time limitations or whatever, or maybe they didn't have any. I don't know. I just wish there were more uses of music throughout it. Sound effects are pretty cool when it came to walking around. Like, I thought it was adorable that when you walk on a skeleton, that your feet made xylophone noises with every step. When you'd walk on wood, it would make big wood noises and sand noises, so those were effective, I thought. The animations are pretty good. You know, they made the choice to have your character move at a lower frame rate. And I talked about this before, but I mean, I largely like that choice, but I felt like they should have gone a little, been a little more consistent with that choice, because the first thing you notice is like, whoa, my character's moving so strangely. But then none of the other movements were choppy in that way. Like you'd have a cape that would blow around at the same smooth, you know, like 60 FPS or whatever of the running while your character is moving at a lower frame rate. So I felt like they should have committed more to that idea. There's definitely moments in cutscenes where characters just suddenly move smoothly again and then choppy again. It didn't felt like they should have just, like I said, committed more to that. Um, Particle effects and stuff are really awesome. I love the smoke and the dust. That was all like perfect. Like I can't think of any way of to make that any cooler. It fit the style. It was satisfying to have a big dust trail behind you everywhere you went. Puzzles were mostly really easy. I'm not an avid player of a lot of Zelda games, so some of these things didn't like come instantly easy for me to do. But but it was still um a couple of the final ship puzzles were pretty difficult. Nothing that's completely boggled my mind that I gave up. It was just sort of like, oh, I have to think a little bit longer. But it took pretty much the entire game until the end for stuff to get particularly challenging. So for me personally, it's not a negative that it was easy to play. For a lot of people it would be, because they'd be like, you know, it's a game, it has to challenge you. But I feel like in this case everything else was so good that I didn't need a challenge to feel satisfied playing the game. But I can see that being a big complaint for most people. Um, Story was really charming. I caught on with what was going on, even if I couldn't remember anyone's names. What else is there to even discuss? And of course, anyone that likes a game is going to say, I want more. Like, if I were to make a sequel to this or just another game in this world, I would probably um kind of like I was saying earlier, it would be really cool to see smaller stories with each of the different masks. So it's like, here's the climber story, here's the machinist story. So it's not a full-fledged game, it would just be like a small, like, hour experience for each mask, where you have some little, like, contained story that just teaches you a little bit more about each of those people. Because that was one of my favorite aspects of this, is I liked how this world is so cleanly divided into occupations. And these people like commit their whole lives to that one occupation. Like no one is just well-rounded. They all are like really good at one thing. And that's interesting to me. Because we live in a world of billions of well-rounded people for the most part. In my opinion. I think I covered everything. And that was all just from memory, too. And I want to write a Steam review, but I'm stuck with the challenge of I'm at my 69th Steam review. I've written a lot of game reviews. Do I really want to push it to 70 with this game? I don't know, I might have to. Okay, so I'll exit. I'm just going to look at a couple of the reviews other people left about the game just to see how I feel about their reviews now that I've played the whole thing. Did I play Death Stranding? I didn't play it, but I watched a full run of it. It was like I watched like a 20 or 30 or so hour long full run of the game. So I have a pretty good idea of how Death Stranding goes. But I didn't play it myself. And Death Stranding's another case very similar to this game where I like I really like the way, Death Stranding looks and all of that. The world's cool, blah, blah, blah. Everything's cool, but just like the gameplay's creative, and I give them a lot of credit for trying something that unusual, but I don't feel like I want to play it. It is kind of similar. Yeah, like Sable is a lot about the experience of traveling. Yeah. In a very simple form. And apparently, let me just bring this on stream so you all can see what I'm looking at. You don't think there's a category for this type of game? It's hard to describe. Well, here, an exploration game. Oh, I forgot you guys can't see this. Let me... It says exploration, open world, story rich, indie. I guess I technically have 24 hours in Sable. The developers did an AMA on Reddit. What other games do these devs do? Oh, this is their only game. 24 hours. Yeah, main story, and I did a whole bunch of side quests. I don't know how many others there are, and I really took my time too. Like, I didn't just rush through to the end. I'm the only one of all of my Steam friends to buy this game. Everyone else just wants it. Oh, apparently there's a vehicle shown in the Steam thing here. Someone said it looked like a plane. But I think they're probably just talking about this. The very first vehicle you get kind of looks like, because it has wings. So I don't think there was actually a plane. Wait, where was that? Okay, that's something I didn't do. Or this. Okay, well there's still a few things that I didn't take part in unless they're not in the final game or something. Oh, here. So it's easier to see. Yeah, I don't have any memory of this. Is that what that was? Yeah, I didn't see much animal life at all. They were only around the camps and nowhere else. So otherwise you wouldn't see any of them. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I have no memory of this place. And we'll never know what's inside that thing I was trying to get up. I might even in my own time just try to get it to there. It's so weird watching the trailers again now that I've seen almost all of this. It's like I know when that happened. I know what the context was. Yeah, it's the first time we've got to hear the entirety of that song. Oh, I was gonna say, it looks like they use Unreal Engine, but no, it's just Epic Game Store. Never mind. They have a third trailer. Wait. Wait. Oh, this is the one we saw already, I think. Yeah, okay. I just want to see what other people's reviews say. Alright, here's the hot take. Holy crap, this is a long review. Okay, let me read through. Okay, I agree with this. It's very much an experience that you feel instead of a typical narrative or gameplay loop. No violence, progression system, or flashy UI. Sable has a storybook quality to it, and it's genuinely beautiful at times in a subtle way. When was this review done? This was just a couple days ago. They say, it's a shame that Sable falls apart due to clear lack of polish. Climbing with a stamina-based system is incredibly clunky, as you'll often get stuck on weird angles or bug out on a visible collider, likely falling down to the ground to do it all over again. I had a couple instances like that, but largely the climbing worked way better than I thought it was going to. And I did a lot of constant climbing. I got like the full spectrum of like how bad and how good it could be. So I don't agree that it was incredibly clunky as they describe it. Let's see, I agree. Yeah, it's too easy to accidentally start climbing on things. Like I'd barely bump a wall and they grab onto it. That happened. It wasn't really annoying. It was just a little annoying. The bike is terrible to control. Just holding down the button and move forward will cause it to spin and flip constantly. Yeah, that did happen a lot. Two central mechanics over the whole game. If it's not already clear, both of them leave a lot to be desired. I really enjoyed the base climbing and floating, driving. Multiple markers being placed in the map when you're not even using it. text not being wrapped properly, buttons that don't work. Yeah, there were some UI issues for sure. I'd have to jump between using the controller and my mouse for some text options because on the controller, if there were more than like 3 options visible at a time, it would just like freak out and wouldn't scroll anymore. So I had to use the mouse to click the additional option. Frame rate won't just stutter, but completely tank in some areas, regardless of how good your PC is. I assume this is a lack of culling based on where the player might be looking, so a ton of assets are being loaded on screen, even if they're not visible. Yeah, I did have some big frame rate drops at times. I didn't have, let's see, I have an RTX 3060, and I always forget what the processor is, but it's all new within the last year. I still love playing Sable. Offers an experience that's heartfelt and unlike anything else out there. But even with the great soundtrack, beautiful art direction, world of the moody dreamscape, there's so much bringing down the experience. It's a shame. It's clearly a labor of love. For whatever reason, the team couldn't iron out a relatively small issue that have all stacked up to prevent Sable from being the indie gem it really deserved to be. I agree with a lot of what's said here, but I would ultimately recommend it still. Person says, pros, scratches non-violent exploration itch in a wonderful way. World building is deliciously heavy metal. Con, climbing is janky. Level design within location feels a bit linear, which is at odds with the more open aspects of the game. Jesus, some massive reviews. The game menu regularly breaks on me. The audio engine is a travesty, and I just found an interactable type of plant that just disappears when you activate it. Yeah, I had a lot of those. I have no idea why there were so many plants that said I could interact with them, but I couldn't. I thought it was going to be for like a quest that I haven't had yet, but it never really amounted to anything. Puzzles are too easy. This is true. Virtually no load times. Yeah, unless you fast travel, the game is just big and continuous. I guess that didn't even faze me. The game really never had to load unless you were fast traveling. That's impressive. My save file got corrupted and I had to restart. Shops have been bugged out and soft locked me a couple times. Frame rate drops are terrible. Music clips and stutters a lot. I think it'd be a great game, a lot of charm, but hold off until they address the issues. And this was from Monday. Yeah, all the reviews pretty much saying the same thing. Everything's good except it's lacking polish and is buggy in spots, which is how I felt. So these people are in more agreement, and largely it has very positive reviews, so good for them. I think I will push my total reviews out of from 69 into 70 and write my own review. I'll do it off stream so you don't have to sit here and watch me type. Okay, well, I'm going to find someone else who's playing this game to host them. What do we got? Oh, hey, Cactus. Yeah, thanks for watching. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, Full Moon, I agree. Buggy and optimization issues in a game don't make it a bad game for you unless it's game breaking. You enjoyed Cyberpunk at launch. I agree. Like I mean I think it's sad when a game gets entirely dismissed just because of some technical problems. Like clearly the devs didn't intend for these problems to happen. I always try to think of the intention behind what I'm playing. I won't turn a blind eye to problems in a game. I'll definitely point it out and remember it, and it will affect my experience. But I won't be like, the game's shit because it didn't autosave when I wanted it to, or something. So if I look at what they're trying to do here, and I like what was going on. Yeah, you played Dark Souls at 15 FPS and still enjoyed it. Nice. See, this person seems nice. So in terms of future streams, I got a key for Industria, which is this like first-person shooter that looks a lot like Half-Life 2. It takes place in like a vaguely Slavic-looking Soviet architecture place and has like a bunch of future technology and has some interesting robots in it. It is a shoot game, but I got a key for it, so I really feel like I want to give it a shot. And then Battlefield 2042 open beta next week. Yeah, Industria, they said that it's their first game. And even in the email, they say like, we are aware of some optimization problems in certain parts of the game. You know, let us know what you think. But at least they're honest. The video and screenshots looked great, so see how that goes. The Battlefield beta next week, might do a stream of that, and then big thing I'm looking forward to is Book of Travels, which is out now for Kickstarter backers, but on the 10th is when it comes available for everyone, which is around on the 10th is when I will hopefully start playing it. If I played Chernobylite, I haven't played it, but I watched a few hours of it. It's cool and all, but it's not really one I want to invest a lot of time in. I am kind of a sucker for when it comes to this new budding genre of Chernobyl likes. All these games surrounding tragedy that is the Chernobyl power plant. Then like way beyond that, might stream some like VR chat in the future sometime. I don't know, maybe. Uh, I might finish off my Half-Life 2 in VR stream. I stopped right around the time when you meet up with the rebels for the first time and you're like going around. It's right before you meet Barney the second time. So I might try to finish that off. Someone is actually making Half-Life 2 in VR, not using Gmod. I think I remember you bringing that up before. Sounds cool. I mean, I was totally satisfied with the way Gmod handled it. So, I'll see if it's an improvement. Just looking at my games list, God. And it is October, spooky month. I don't really know what kinds of spooky stuff. Uh, oh yeah, on my Discord, that we do have movie nights where we watch stuff together. So, yeah, I don't have any chat commands, but if you just look below the stream, I have link to the Discord. I'll post it in chat also. Okay, so in chat, you can see the link to it. It's Ludo Crypto, and we do watch movies and stuff together. Like I'm thinking of doing or of showing the movie Contact sometime soon. That's one I haven't seen before, and I remember as a kid, my family really liked it, but I was too young to really understand what was going on, but it looks like something I would love. So, definitely interested in checking it out again. Maybe rewatch, or not rewatch, but continue watching more Black Mirror episodes. So we have movie nights like that and just talk about general mystery stuff, obscure stuff. And apparently Local 58, like legendary YouTube channel, might be releasing a new video soon. So stay tuned for that.
Get in, and while you're there, see if you can't pick up on any clues about who may have stolen the original, yes?
Alright, this person seems cool. I'm going to raid them. Yeah, Phasmophobia. Hey, I might be playing Phasmophobia with Vinny in October. So I think I'm going to save for that. I did get to play the new update with streamer Hotter Biscuit. We played offline with just a group of people, so I did get to actually experience some of the new Black Mirror or Phasmophobia stuff. And you say Black Mirror is awesome. Christmas episode is the most unsettling thing I've ever seen. That's one I still need to watch. That'll be a good episode. Hey, I'd play a Black Mirror game, but I feel like by playing a Black Mirror game would be an episode of Black Mirror. Phasmo Anniversary? You mean they... Yeah, it was whatever the big update was from like a month ago, where they added like the dots projector and all that stuff. I didn't see anything new in the lobby, so no, I guess I didn't see that stuff. Oh, so it was just temporary. I hope they bring back the Halloween stuff, because honestly, I want the Halloween Phasmophobia lobby to just be there all the time. It's so cool. Like all the lights are low and there's just candles sitting around and stuff. It was so awesome. Hope they bring that back. Christmas episode was shot in your hometown's mall. Awesome. The only thing my state's known for is the movie Fargo. Even though there was a very recent movie that a lot of it was filmed in Minneapolis. I can't remember what it was. But it was kind of a really like a nothing movie that didn't make any impact. It just kind of floated by and people were like, oh, by the way, it was filmed in Minneapolis. Oh, what? Was this ever in theaters? Huh? Oh. Alright, I keep delaying ending the stream, but yeah, this video is going to be up on YouTube sometime tomorrow. It always takes time and it gets glitchy, but I always put them up right away. You can see the other parts on there as well. Hope you all continue to enjoy October, beautiful month. Spend some time outside, enjoy the leaves. Appreciate all the raids that people had and everything like that. Everyone's asleep right now, so have a good rest of your night/morning. And I'm going to raid Dorverin, who's playing Sable, so please behave in that chat. Looks like he's still pretty early on in the game, so just because you've seen the whole game now, you know, be nice. But be helpful if they ask for it. So good night.